Hello and welcome back to the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour kart race. David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth back on the live stream, taking us through the final 4 hours of the 2024 edition from now until midday here in France. 11 o'clock UK time. I'd love to tell you everything that happened through the night, but we went to sleep.
We did, and it was good. And there are a lot of broken people here in the paddock at the moment, walking back into the track. And I described it last night as possibly like a scene from The Walking Dead. I wouldn't quite go that far, but there are some very, very tired-looking people here. And here we are walking in like, it's Brittany.
Morning, guys. Honestly, it's like walking in. I've got the energy of Louis Spence. I'm like, hiya!
Yes.
And people are looking at me going,
I wouldn't go that far.
Shut up.
I'm still waking up. I'm not going to lie. I'm still waking up. I'm not a morning person. But we are just about to tick over to 1,100 laps here at Le Mans. We've got kart events.be leading by now 3 laps since we last spoke. Of course, some of you will have been up all night. If you have, let us know in the comments as to what's been going on with you and at your end and your part of the world. Kart events.be leading by 3 laps from Teesside Tigers now, who are second overall. Club 73 Karting, third overall, second in Elite, with CBR 113 third in Elite and fourth overall. Chrono Team Racing still on the podium for Pro in fifth overall. Then it's LPBRT, who have slowly been climbing their way up the ladder, David. I don't know if you've noticed that one.
They did that yesterday, didn't they? We didn't really speak about them for the first 8 hours, then all of a sudden they were 7th.
Yeah, and they're climbing their way up and climbing their way up and climbing their way up as well. Then you've got JS Racing in 7th, and it's BKRT Yellow, who hit the front just before we went off air last night. We figured it was sort of through the service stops. They've hit the front of the Clubman class.
They've got a good lead in that class as well. Some 3 laps back to Teesside Academy. We arrived this morning to find out that 10 or 15 minutes prior to our arrival, they'd had a snapped rear axle out on track and had to be recovered in. And it looks like the quad's being prepared.
We're just going full course yellow,
yes,
actually, just as we come back. Yeah, so we're full course yellow. I believe this is for a track sweep, but I could be wrong. But yes, you're right, David. The quad is going out now. Right, so just to continue running down the order. So that BKRT Yellow, 8th overall, and they are your leader in Clubman. Then we've got 9th for Nameless Motorsport, 10th for Mad Motorsport, who've now cracked the top 10 overnight after their travails, a good French word for you, early on in the race. Titan Motorsport, again, still on their march back up the field, again after some issues during the night and during the day. 11th for them. Then we'll run down. Teesside Academy is second in Clubman, and they are 12th overall. And your third place in Clubman, rounding out your podium, Club 73 TTR, long-time leader of the class, now in 15th place. So that's your top 10 and your all 3 of your class podium sitters at the moment.
We saw yesterday, Tom, particularly early on, a lot of penalties for teams carrying excessive speed through the pit lane.
Yes.
The regulations were stating it's 10 kilometres. We've given them a little bit dispensation up to 15, and we were getting teams clocked at 27, 28 kilometres an hour through the pit lane, even up in this top area. And with a minimum pit stop time, it wasn't particularly necessary. What we also saw, just as we were going off air last night, through the service stops, is it was a 5-minute minimum service stop. We saw at least one team penalised early in that service window for exiting the pit lane at 4 minutes and 35 seconds. we saw another team penalised for leaving the pit lane at 4 minutes and 59 seconds. It really was that close. It's there's no dispensation. It's a minimum pit stop time because it's a minimum pit stop time. And it was 5 laps, the penalty, for leaving the pit lane early. We also had a few speeding in the pit lanes, including one for our leader at around about 1:10 this morning for kartevents.be, as they still have a 3-lap lead. And you have to remember as well that they actually took an additional amount of time, Tom, in the pits, as they have now clocked over that 1100 lap mark. They took extra time in the service window. They were 7.5 minutes in the pits, where teams were only required to have 5. And I think at the time we knew they were managing a brake issue. They'd been managing it since around about 9:30, because when Seaver got out the car, normally he'd be back down in his pit bay, and he stayed up here near the mechanics bay for pretty much the full stint of Kenneth Neeson's, just to make sure, in case there was any issue, that he was here to oversee that kart. And they managed it during the service window. They pitted at around about 11:30 for that service window. Had the work carried out on that kart, spent the time, as we said at the time, to make sure they get to the end of the race. And throughout the night, as we return, they have a lead of 3 laps here with 4 hours remaining.
Trying to see what the quad is doing out there. It's out there between turn 1 and 2 at the moment. I think they are sweeping up.
I didn't have a look at how much gravel was in the bucket this morning, but given that we didn't have much in the way of full course yellows, I'm really not. I think we just had one big clean-up that took a decent amount of time, but I think it was 3 hours before they got a full course yellow to do it in the night. Chrono Team Racing pit 1 hour and 36 minutes into their stint, but under full course yellow.
Yeah.
This could mean that they could jump CBR, who they're only 6.4 seconds behind when CBR pit, but they are off kilter with each other. CBR have been the 25
I think that's
minutes.
JS Racing are in now as well, or is it? Or is it 87?
It could be JJH. They also have a white Nauseo panel, and he spins around the corner. No, you're correct, Tom.
It is JS.
Triple one.
So 7th place and 5th place overall in, but JS Racing 3rd place in Clubman, Chrono Team Racing 2nd place in, Pro for JS Racing, and 2nd place in Pro for Chrono Team Racing as well. So 2 of your podium sitters are in the pits, cancelling each other out essentially. How long did Chrono Team Racing do?
1:36 as a stint.
And JS?
They'd have probably done nearly 2 hours. They've been doing that most of the race, haven't they? Let's have a quick look. Time-wise, it's not going to tell me, but it's going to tell me how many laps they did, and we can pretty much work it out from there.
Oh, it's long, isn't it? We're on page 3 of the timing now.
Yeah, so they've done nearly 100 laps at 1 minute and something. That's
it was in the window.
That's one.
I think it's a short one for them, but it was in the window.
Well, yeah, it was about 1:45 by my calculations. If they're doing 1:02s, 1:03s, and they've done nearly 100 laps, then
yeah, very much in their window then. Looks like Jack's going back out again. T-side Stig.
Yeah, I think he's.
He looks absolutely broken, bless him.
I think he does. I think a team may have called in a bit of a favour to get them towards the checkered flag. I'll let you know who it is when he goes out. But I know a team that are well down the order and might be struggling for drivers have asked if he wouldn't mind turning a wheel. I think he's been karting before.
T-side Stig?
Yeah.
Well, you don't get the name T-side Stig without at least being half a peddler.
Half a peddler. to see him yesterday. You know, when he's out testing karts, you'll see one going around without a Nauseo panel every now and again. That's the big hexagonal shaped thing on the front of the kart. And what you do see with when he's testing out, he took one out to test its brakes, Tom, after the pads had glazed, and pulled over to one side because the safety cart came out. And as he moved over to one side, everybody moved over and he went past them. And one team didn't notice and spun him round.
Oh.
Hopefully he doesn't bin it later on. With the, we don't want to see that for Teesside Stig. Still full course yellow. The quad's still out on track up there at turn 1. It's not actually, it's at turn 6. It's just thought it was, but then noticed it was this side of the tyre wall, so just cleaning up the racing line, and mainly just off it as well, where we've got some gravel down the inside of the track.
The racing line tends to be pretty clear for the reasons that the karts are constantly running over it, so there's not gravel there. It gets flicked up off the tyres and dispatched into different parts of the track, normally via somebody's helmet. Heads on.
Ding ding.
Donk. Which is the noise it makes, actually.
Yeah.
When you're inside the helmet and you get clattered by a piece of gravel, it just goes donk. Oh, man.
It's quite scary as well, isn't it, sometimes?
Yeah, when it smashes you straight in the eyes, yeah, it is.
There's the train.
Done a couple of visors at various tracks. One at Spa and one here as well. And they're not cheap, them things, either. Oof, the tyres on the entry to turn 9 have been well shuffled, haven't they?
Yeah.
His drivers take advantage. We've said it before, but that's what tends to happen is they'll get moved out right the way out to the rumble strip there.
I'm not saying they've moved, but they're in a different postcode now.
Yeah, and what happens is drivers try and maximise the track, and they will literally brush against them.
Le Petit Bouchons, Tom, are in from P6 under the full course yellow. LPBT in. Don't think they're going to drop places, and because the two teams round them as well have pitted under the same full course yellow, so that will help them negate too much time lost.
Oh, and we're green. We are away and racing once again. So head round one more time. It looks like, is it LMS that are leading the train?
Yes, they are.
It
was Bargain Racing in the 241. It is LMS now who are
at the front of the
queue.
queue.
The queue is going to have a few laps. JS Racing as well were sort of half a lap down because of where they were on track after their pit stop. That's going to give them a lot of clear track in front of them. And LPBRT are still rolling down pit lane, so maybe a lap earlier, if they'd have pitted, they'd have benefited a little bit more. That will lose them some track time. There's two cars
compared to a full stop under full course yellow, yes, but they are still going to gain overall.
Both TVP and shopping carts have both pitted, but haven't taken on fuel, which is a sign of tired and weary drivers, where they're coming in, they're not fueling, but they just need to change the steering wheel attendant because they're broken physically, mentally, and that's the staple of a 24-hour race. Black flag for 373, one of the Club 73 teams. They
currently
are
our wooden spoon holder in 43rd place.
Yeah, they're down in 43rd place, and that black flag's not going to help them.
See if we can get some reasoning behind that. Just trying to get the attention of the clerk of the course.
Yes, Lee's walked past us as well. We'll see if we see. Have you got anything that you can throw at him, Tom, and maybe just skim his ear?
Oh, goodness me, David. Wow. Topical.
We're starting early.
Topical. Yeah. Maybe we'll get someone to stand next to him and shout duck. 2 seconds, I'll go fishing.
Kart Events Belgium continue to lead 3 laps the gap. LMS at the front of the train, as you can see the karts coming through the final corners, the chicanes with the Circuit de la Sarthe in the background. Track recently cleared after the night stint. And having a quick look, well, we'll be expecting the leaders into pit lane very shortly.
Still giggling at how quick your mind works at this time. So, yes. Under full course yellow, travelling too quickly. That's what we thought it would be, really, given the situation on track, and then the black flag following it. You know, one normally follows the other in terms of the reasonings why. Yeah, the main thing was that they apparently they nearly skippled Paul at one point. Oh. Paul Franklin, one of the key organisers and owners here.
I bet he was well happy.
Yeah, if you do that, then yeah, you're going to be called into the pits and receive a severe telling off.
Right, in Teesside Stick Developments, he's taken off his night suit that he'd put on just to keep himself warm while working on cars.
Yeah.
And he's currently got his full race suit on. He's holding his helmet down by his side with the visor at half crack, looking proper cool.
It looks ready.
And well, I wouldn't go that far.
No, he looks ready, despite the fact that he's been here.
Do you know,
well, 24 hours at least already.
He looks ready from his boots up to his chin. His face is conveying a completely different message.
Yes, his face is in Arnage and his body is here. But yeah, it looks like he's going to go out and do a stint for a team. Just to help them out. It's not going to be a ringer or anything like that. They're not in contention for a podium. So yeah, there's no rigging of yes, anything.
If they're in contention for a podium, they'd have come to the commentary booth and gone, Sullivan, do you fancy half an hour? In your mind. In your mind.
I was
going to say, in our competitors' cart to slow them down.
No, he's going to go out, and it's let's just say it's going to be for a good cause. So yeah, when he's actually in it, we'll try and bring him on screen, and you can see how the pros do it. We're back into full camera mode as well.
I was just trying to figure out who was getting told off by our clerk. I think it could be...
That's your race leaders there on screen as well, in the orange suit. Is that DJ Jules Van Hool?
It is DJ Jules Van Hool.
He's not actually a DJ, we must stress that. Yeah. He's not available for weddings and birthdays.
Or trance gigs.
That we know of. But, I mean, he may well be a DJ, we genuinely don't know. But he's got a proper DJ name.
But we were having a lot of fun with it yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, we watched the early part of the stream back and we had a solid 10 minutes.
I think it needs to be a little bit more impactful. It needs to be Jules Van Hool. You can't just say Jules Van Hool. I'm off to see Jules Van Hool.
Jules Van Hool. Makes it sound
Go on Creamfields. Can't wait for Jules Van Hool.
Makes it sound like you're about to see him in a pub down the West End.
Play the banjo.
Going to see Jules Van Hool about a car.
But no, if he's DJ, he's DJ Jules Van Hool.
If you are just joining us, we've not gone crazy over.
No, we have. We've gone fully mental now. race leader and part-time trans DJ, Jules Van Hool, leading the way. 1,112 laps completed amongst the 3 drivers that they have here at this event. Teesside Tigers, 2nd place overall as well. So they had a couple of incidents early on. It looks like they've run very, very cleanly since then.
Yeah,
no incidents, no mechanical issues, no trips to the gravel, no penalties for speeding in the pit lane.
Since they had the penalties for speeding in the pit lane.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Since they last had one. Through the night, I mean, yeah.
Oh, for, what, 18 hours they've not had anything.
Yeah, just in the live chat, thank you to everybody. It looks like the viewing figures are starting to go back up, Tom. People appear to be waking up out of their nighttime slumber and rejoining us here in France. Thank you to everybody that is back with us through to the checkered flag now. We count down the hours, minutes and seconds to the checkered flag here. In the live chat, Craig Delahoyde's been in touch saying, come on, cart number 12, MKT. Craig and the McLaren night shift boys. So MKT made up of at least 5 of their 6 drivers have worked for or currently work for McLaren in various guises.
You can tell McLaren are right up there because they put a night shift on.
Yes, they broke curfew.
Yeah,
they have broke curfew.
Well, there's a summer break coming up soon,
yes.
Isn't there?
We spoke to them timely circumstances yesterday as we spoke to their team leader of reliability and continuous improvement shortly after they'd been in with a mechanical issue.
Yes.
We would stress that they weren't in charge of the mechanics of the kart, but it didn't make the comedy any less effective.
No, and it was reliability followed by the need for continuous improvement,
which was shortly after their project manager had project managed it into the gravel.
Yes. It went well from our side of things. From a comedic perspective, it was brilliant.
So sometimes the material writes itself.
Exactly that. God, there are some tired-looking people here. I mean, I'm one of them, but there are some I've had a night skip.
I
say I've had a night skip. I've had like 5 hours.
Well, I didn't think I was going to get a lot of sleep because there was the sound of pounding Jules Van Hool as we got back to the hotel.
Let me just let me just clarify that, people, just in case there's any confusion. It's Bastille weekend here this weekend in France.
It is.
Bastille Day today, and there was a concert on down just about 400 yards or 300 yards from the
it was 1 in
from
the morning,
hotel.
It was
at 1 in the morning, and the music was the bass was banging, shall we say? No one was pounding Jules Van Hool.
I like the bass. Buttery biscuit bass. 373.
Sorry, I'm such a child.
373 have compounded their telling off by our clerk of the course.
With the speeding in the pit lane?
By exiting the pit lane at 2 minutes 29 seconds .267, which is
come on, people, we're only
3/4 of a second too quickly, and have incurred the wrath of the
3/4 of a second.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
And that's earned them 2 laps. 2 laps. They're up to 5 laps. They've still got to add 2 more to beat shopping carts, who are currently still on the 7 lap penalties that they were on when we left them yesterday. So they have managed to get through the night without incurring any more penalties.
Can I give a big shout out to 39th place Club 73 Pro, who were for a very long time in 43rd place.
If this was an 18-hour race and it was the last 18 hours, they'd be doing all right, wouldn't they? It was the first 6 they had a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
cart issue after cart issue.
As we said on the previous 2 streams yesterday, very quick when it's out on circuit. The problem was they couldn't get it out on circuit very much. So they were last for yeah, probably a good 12, 13 hours, maybe even more. And they're currently 39th, still circulating from what I can tell. Yes, indeed they are. And pretty decent lap times as well. 103.4s would be inside the top 15. That will put you. Yeah, so it's a good lap times for Club 73 Pro. Never say die attitude. In they go. And keeping on. And now they are up to 39th place. So well done to them. Goonies attitude.
Mm.
In fact, do you know what? I'm throwing that out as an early nomination for Spirit of the Race.
Yeah,
kind of award.
I was trying to remember what the year was where Adrian Newey designed a McLaren that was unbelievably quick, but it broke down every 35 seconds, and they never ended up racing it because it was so unreliable. I think it was around about 1998, 99. And it's a lot like that, isn't it? It was proper quick when it's going.
Yeah.
T-side Stig's going. I think he's going down to the pits.
Got his hoodie on as well. So he must be chilly. That's what happens when you're knackered as well. Is the you get cold.
You start feeling the cold when it's
yeah.
not that cold.
I mean, I did last night. I mean, it was still like 14 degrees, and I was like, I need to put my jeans on because I'm shivering. Which, when residing in Scotland as I do, t-shirt weather is 12 degrees.
Well, it's 14 degrees, Tom, according to everyone's favourite accurate weather provider.
Okay.
Which means that, you know, and we're both sat here in shorts. So
Sam Hayes has been on.
Sam Hayes has been on. Whether that's Sam or Gary, his dad, maybe they could let us know. Could be both of them watching. I know that they'll have a keen interest in a couple of drivers that they're friends with across a couple of teams. One being drivers in the Teesside Academy car who are currently running in 11th place, and the Optimum Motorsport entry running in 16th place. Now, that Optimum Motorsport entry has been quick, but they did fall foul of some penalties early on, Tom. They got one lap, and their driver was brought in early.
Teesside Tigers are in.
Yeah. So yeah, they came in. They're showing us 1 lap penalty for Optimum Motorsport, but they did get a very early telling off as well, didn't they? Where they had to adhere to that minimum pit stop on the way through. So they've got a bit of a bodywork issue at the minute. That down the start straight, most laps, Lewis Goff's leant over and tried to push back down. He's currently in the seat of that kart at the moment. He was in the seat of that kart when we left. I'm fairly sure that he's let other people have a go. We often see that. The driver that we left 8 hours ago is back in the kart now, and it seems like they've just done the full night stint.
It's possible that some of them have.
Lewis Jolly looks like he's done about 10 night stints, back to back. He says he's okay.
Whitey's doing a double 20, by the way.
Oh, Paul White,
What? No.
double stinting at the end.
I was about to say, let's keep it quiet, and then you just announced it to the world.
Well, no, he picked up on the mic,
Yes,
so
it did.
yeah. So Paul White double stinting at the end. That's going to be a monster effort. Has he actually had some sleep? Proper sleep, not just on a camping chair in the pit bay.
No, he was in car.
He's in the car.
It's like,
Oh, right, okay.
it's like
It's like a 5-star hotel then compared to the camping chair.
Watching that for him. You make me good, man.
I'll just polish off the first coffee of the day. Yeah, there probably needs to be about another 10 on that list.
Yeah, well, quite a few during the night.
Yeah, I was trying to keep up with the amount of lead changes as well as the number of full course yellows, so that we could and black flags, so that we could keep you updated on that. But I think there's been quite a few during the night as well. So yeah, we're a little bit out on that number, but it was good good for the first few hours at least, anyway. To keep track of that. Still looking at DJ Jules Van Hool heading round to complete what is lap 1121. And now on to 1122. And it looks like they are preparing for a pit stop as well. So almost on schedule with the Tigers as well. So 5 laps between them, oh sorry, 6 laps between them currently, but that will tick back round to 3 laps once the leaders pit. Just saying, Kart Events Belgium are about to pop in to the pits, David.
Yeah, I think we're going to try and see if we can pick up the 99 of Titan Motorsports, because we've got 3 karts on the same lap. BKRT Red have just moved up to 11th place, getting past Teesside Academy, although BKRT Red are an elite team. But they're on the same team as both Academy, on the same lap as both Academy and Titan Motorsport. Titan Motorsport, another elite team. And we'll see whether they can close up and move up to 12th place. As you say, Tom, we are expecting pit stops for not only the leader, but also Club 73 don't look far off either. Teesside Tigers have recently pitted in the last couple of minutes. With 3.5 hours to go. And we're not expecting them to make any more driver changes at all, are we? In that 3.5 hours, that will be Paul White through till the end.
Is he out there now then?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Because he's on the front. There he is, Tom, on the screen. We're looking at the 99. That's who we're following. Titan Motorsport, to see whether they can close up on that Teesside Academy kart. Now, I don't know what Teesside Academy have been in and out, Tom, 45 minutes ago, but that was with the kart issue, and I don't think they fueled it.
Okay, well that's,
which is okay, because they can get to the end now on one more pit stop for fuel after this one.
if they fueled it now, they would have. If they fueled it when they came in for the axle,
45 minutes, they wouldn't have made it to the flag.
Right.
They'd have had 4
so
hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah,
it'd
so
have been
it'd
too
be
long.
two stops anyway, regardless.
Yeah.
So okay.
Whereas now they're going to bring their driver in. I was wondering why their team were up here early looking at that 45 minutes, but it's not. They came in with a kart issue, didn't fuel and went back out, so they stayed on strategy towards the end. That 99 kart doesn't look like it's handling particularly well now, Tom. That looks like Laura Blick in the 213. Goes down the inside into turn 3. Let's take nothing away from her. She's very, very quick. But Titan, who've had their problems throughout this race, and we were expecting to close up on that Teesside Academy kart, are falling off the back of it, actually. It's going to help now. He's got a kart in front that he can work with, but let's give it the context that the Teesside Tigers #1 has created a little bit of a gap. He's going to get the place anyway.
That's the 213 now. 213 is now pulled away from Titan Motorsport as well. So yeah, they will use the slipstream down the front straight to give them a little bit of extra speed. And I mean, we have experienced this exact situation, David, where you haven't quite got a kart with great, should we say, bottom end of the power range. So the fire off of the corner, which it looks at the moment that's what they are struggling with. But what you do end up with, generally speaking, is one that's got good top end. So at the end of the straights. So those are the karts that you want to be using as pusher karts, if you like, the ones at the back of a pair or a 3, because at the end of the straight they're pushing you along, whereas the one that's got the good bottom end to get out of the corner, they use the slipstream to pull the pusher kart along. And if you can find a good pair, one a good puller and one a good pusher, you really can make massive inroads into the people around you.
What we've seen there, through the fast parts, Mike, who's in that kart at the moment, isn't losing any time. But through the slower sections, in that infield between sort of turn 2, turn 6, Laura Blick's pulling out a gap. It's here, so he's as close as he was previously, and then through this section now, the gap will just open up once again. They had some traffic to negotiate.
That
previously.
part there, that left-hander, that's where
Yeah.
the revs are lowest on at any point on the circuit. Is that point there, and the engine's having to work hardest because it's as our leaders are currently in pit lane. But yeah, the left-hander of turn 5, you don't brake at any point during turn 3 and 4 and then into 5. All you're doing is scrubbing the speed with the friction, and the grip of the cart is slowing the cart down. You have a little lift potentially as you're going through 3 and 4, just off the throttle and straight back on it, just to balance the cart through that long right-hander and stop the rear end trying to come round on you.
Oh yeah, Tom, just look. Oh, yeah, cut off at turn 1. Like very early at
Very
turn
early,
1 as
yeah.
well. Yes, we're gonna have to
At
wait.
the end of the pit straight. I wouldn't even go as far as to say that is turn 1. It's at the end of the pit straight.
Yeah, what number have we got there, Tom? At 55.
I don't
know.
38 maybe.
Right, we'll have a look in a minute because
No,
someone's.
it wasn't 38, was it? Because that's got a plane.
I don't know. Someone's gonna drop a 125 in on the lap timer, and then we'll be able to figure out who it is.
Yeah.
Shortly. Teesside Academy pit from P12 on schedule. Joseph Yao brings the kart in. Looking down the pit lane, it looks like we're going to have Max Wilkinson in that kart. Then I get the feeling it could well be Pit Morris taking it to the checkered flag because they've been on a fairly consistent rotation. We'll find out in due course, of course. We don't want to make too many assumptions because teams will often throw a little bit of a curveball dependent on track position at the end of a stint and the end of this race.
Did we find out who it was who had this slow lap?
We're keeping an eye out. It wasn't BKRT Red had a 1:12, so they lost 10 seconds.
That'll
Tom.
be them then.
And there was a 2-digit number, so I think it was them out of 11th place.
Yeah, in the elite class as well. So 11th place overall for them. Newmarket Hornets have just overtaken Teesside Academy as they've pitted.
Just checking, Tom, that I think that could be the 34 in. I know he went in early, but he might have gone into the gravel. We'll have a quick look. Someone's in the pits at least. I don't think it is. I think it's Dr. Vape 60 for a scheduled stop. CBA Motorsport have just picked up a penalty for speed in the pit lane. Three hours and 20 to go. So still teams incurring the wrath going too quickly at this stage in the race.
Just to finish off the point of the different power levels in the engines, it's not so much as if you were to dyno them, they'd all have, within 0.1, they would have the same horsepower, all of these engines. But just because of the way they're manufactured, the way they run in, whatever it may be, some of them are better at pulling out of corners than others, and some of them will be better at the end of straights with higher top end. And then you've got ones that are fairly balanced and in the middle. And ideally what you want to find on track, as I said, is one in front of you that's got really good bottom end, and you want to be in one that's got really good top end, and you want to be pushing out of corner, or vice versa. But you want to be working with somebody who's going to help you out. But turn 5 is the point where if you've got a kart with good top end and poor bottom end, it's where you suffer the most, because you've got all that friction, all of that grip is just scrubbing the speed off, and you're not on the brakes at all. You're flat out on the throttle, and it's working the hardest to try and accelerate you out of a situation that is forcing the kart to slow down. The physics are forcing the kart to slow down, and you're trying to get it to accelerate.
The kart that's just rolling through pit lane now on schedule, the Optimum Motorsport kart, on Friday in practice they were saying that they had loads of bottom end but no top. So they were catching up the karts through the infield section, following them down the straight, but couldn't make any overtakes.
Yeah.
And that was they were trying to get that rectified. I don't know if in the end they took a punt and changed the kart. Lewis Goff bringing that kart into the pit lane now. Zach Turner will take over the wheel of that one, looking at who is stood down in the pit lane. Driver in a black suit with a green helmet with purple on it is definitely Zach Turner, so he'll be out. Just back into the live chat. Thank you for everyone that's got in touch in these very, very early hours of the morning. Jess Watson's been on regarding CBR 113. They've recovered well up into 4th place, with George Watson making the step up out of that 213 car at very, very short notice, Tom. Drafted up from the 213 sister car into the Core Blimey Racing 113 machine that qualified on pole position under the stewardship of Ollie Davis, who we spoke to yesterday. That kart's been running well. George put in a good stint yesterday. We watched him for a while yesterday doing a grand job in that kart. With what we were discussing was a little bit of pressure on the shoulders, stepping up into the flagship Core Blimey Racing kart at short notice, stepping in for a very quick driver that we know in Will Folkes, who has raced for many years at BPEC for X Racing, alongside people that we know well, Steve Yanikowskis, who runs that team.
Paul Turland as well, yeah.
So George stepping up yesterday, not looking at all out of place in that 113 car either. I think we'll see him back in the 213 for the British when they, I'm not going to say draft in the odd ringer or two, but Ed Bars certainly knows how to turn a wheel. Qualified on pole with that car, took it as part of the team to the win at the British last year and set the fastest lap as well. So certainly a very, very handy steering wheel attendant. George settling in well into that 113 kart that, after its early issues yesterday, non-mechanical, all down to either contact or speeding in the pit lane, are 5 laps down but up in 4th place and on the class podium in Elite.
T-side Stig's out.
Oh, just quickly, Tom, they're actually up to 3rd because Club 73 are in the pits for what I believe to be a scheduled stop. They're heading down pit lane. They've got 15 seconds to go. As you were saying, Tom, we've got an on-track appearance in his race suit rather than just testing out the car by T-side Stig.
So Jack Morris, aka our new nickname of T-side Stig, because of the amount of testing and running in of karts that he's done this weekend. He's been the official tester here of the machinery. He's now out doing a race stint for Bowel Cancer UK.
Yes, they got in touch earlier on in the morning to see if he fancied helping them out. Don't think he's going to make up any positions because unless he can make up 9 laps or so, or 4 laps, sorry, in his stint. I mean,
4 laps?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll do that.
But
having been overtaken by him at least twice during one stint of mine during the night last year, yeah, I think he'll probably do at least 3.
Yeah, but what I'm saying with that is that it's just a case of helping them out to get them to the checkered flag.
Exactly.
The one thing that we like to see, somebody said to me yesterday, how many of these teams will make it to the end? And I just pretty much went, every one of them.
Yeah.
Because it's almost part of the course that you just, it breaks down, you fix it, and you go again. It's.
You might park it up for an hour or so if you are absolutely broken and you haven't got any drivers left. You'll still go out. There'll still be somebody who'll want to drive it. I've seen, genuinely, drivers switch teams during that. What I mean is, if there's nobody left to drive a kart, and there's somebody who's already done 4 stints, they haven't got any more driving left to do in the race, they'll go, oh, well, I'll drive it for you.
Yeah. You know, it is, the kart as well, if it breaks down, it's a lot like Trigger's broom. That was yesterday, we just replace it, fix it, carry on. But yeah, I think a prime example of that was 2 years ago at the British 24 Hour. A driver that we know well in Connor Botting, his dad and some of his friends sort of entered a team of 4, just really for a bit of enjoyment. Teesside being a very, very physical track, it took it out of them, and in the middle of the night they were just drafting in drivers that were racing in the owner class at Teesside to just go out and do them 45 minutes just to keep them some laps on the board and to keep them going round. And in the last couple of hours, I think they went out, they did half an hour, 45 minutes each as a team just to, you know, take themselves to the checkered flag, but they took the checkered flag.
Yeah, and obviously ideally you want to be running here until the fuel tank runs out, but really you just want to be running. You just want to be pounding round, regardless of, you do as much as you physically can. Ideally you want to do as much as the kart can take in a stint before it runs out of fuel, and you've got to come in, but just keep out there. You just keep out there.
The first 24 I ever did was back when we were running the GX 160 engines rather than the 200s, and they were far more economical. You could run for 2 hours with a pair of GX 160s, but we weren't physically able to do that the first time we ever did it. So we did 1 hour stints, and we only fueled every other stint.
Okay.
Because, you know, there was no point in us filling up when we knew we could do the 2 hours. So on the hour, every hour, we did a driver change, and every other time we just rolled past the fuel bay. Because it just got us to the end physically. And then we did a bit more training, and the following year we went and we did like 1.5 hour stints, because by then they'd changed to the 200 engine, and that fitted in nicely with what we wanted to do as a cycle of drivers.
Yeah. It's but as you said though, even if you've got to do 2.5 minute pit stops here, it's still better to have the car out on track as much as possible. So if you can only do an hour at a time, or half an hour, or 45 minutes, or even 20 minutes before you're switching drivers, at least you're putting 20 minutes worth of laps on.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's the
because
thing,
there's other teams in the same situation as yourselves. If you're in that situation, there are other teams around you also doing the same. And as we found out last year as well, it doesn't matter where you are. There's always a goal. Where you are positioned out of the 43 that are here this weekend, it doesn't matter what situation you're in, whether you've had a good race, a bad race, a good start to the race, a good end to the race, whatever it may be. You're always pushing on. There's always a goal. For us, we were last for a good period of time.
Sorry, Tom. The 34 is in. One of the teams that were on the periphery of the top 10, BK RT Red, one of our elite teams, is in and off schedule and in the mechanics bay.
I did see them go down the straight about 10 minutes ago, and he had his hand over the back of, trying to feel whether the engine had cut out. I think it might have been spluttering. But yeah, you push on, you set yourself a goal.
Yeah, just on screen here, Tom, here, just quickly. We're going to try and follow the 111 with the white nose panel, because 2.2 seconds in front is Le Petit Bouchons, and it's for position on track. Not in class, because JS Racing are third in the pro class, but they could well move up to 6th place here overall as a pro class. The 111 machine. Trying to figure out whether that's Josh Greaves or James Binks in the cart.
And they were running second at one point, weren't they? The 111.
But they're taking 3/4 of a second a lap out of the 24 in front of it. The 24's in that mix there behind the Club 73 machine.
Just coming onto the back straight now.
There it is, that white car. There
Yeah.
we go. We're going to pick it up and follow it now because he's chipping away at the 34. Now, the 34 has been held up in traffic because it looks like the 34's having a bit of a on-track scrap.
Oh, he's got past both the 73 and the 4.
Yeah.
Is that Clinton that's in the 73?
Think
It is,
yeah.
yeah. So that's Clinton Bell
Having a
in the
bit of-
73, having an adventurous lap or
A
so.
bit of a ding-dong with the FP4 cart there.
But all sorted itself out, and now the 111 is through. Oh, it's the 24 that that's in the front of the shot.
Yeah, well, that's who we're chasing down.
Oh, I thought you said 34.
No, the 34's in the mechanics bay, and we're chasing the 24 down for position.
Okay. Won't be a change in class position, but will be a
No.
change in overall position.
The
They
4
follow
is proving
FP4, and
difficult to overtake.
FP4 have had a difficult weekend.
Yes, that's Tom White in the FP4 cart, I believe. Who
And-
was scrapping with Clinton Bell earlier on.
Yeah, just as they came through this section on the previous lap.
That 73 cart just really needs to stay out of trouble, doesn't it? They've got a good gap, including almost soon maybe putting a lap on that 24 LP BRT machine, but they've got 4 laps or so difference to hold on to third place, so they just need a trouble-free run. KBR are having a chat with the clerk, I think, about how quick he's come into the pit entrance. James King, the driver, receiving the wise words. The 111 has got through now on the 4. It's allowed Clinton Bell through as well in the 73. And we've got an on-track battle with no traffic between Le Petit Bouchons and JS Racing. Gap is 1.1 seconds for 6th place.
We worked out that last night that the Bouchon is a cork,
The little cork.
the little cork, as in a cork in a wine bottle or something. Still not sure where it comes from, but maybe we can find out.
Comes from the top, the bottle top.
I thought they came from Cork in Ireland.
It's where they're all made. Here we go then on track. We are literally down to around about 2 feet of tarmac between 6th and 7th place, between LP BRT and JS Racing. It's overall position, not class. LP BRT 4th in class, JS Racing 3rd, and provisionally on the podium. Still a long way to go yet with 3 hours and 7 minutes.
He's going full send into this corner, isn't he? No, backed out of it. That's a
Didn't read-
shame. I thought he
didn't
was
read the
going
script.
to duck out and block past him. Oh, hand up in the air. Are they coming into the pits? Surely not. They've only just been in. What was the hand up for?
I don't know. Do you think could he push? Just push him a little bit. No.
No.
Not at all.
No. Racing driver mentality. As soon as you get an opening, he got a good draft, pulled along down the back straight, down the front straight. Sorry.
Helped wide though by
Yes.
LPBRT,
And
and
it's the
LPBRT are back
switcheroo.
through. Up to turn 3.
And all of that is helping the 73 car of Clinton Bell, Club 73, to close back in on this pair.
I think Clinton's just going to sit behind. He's wise.
He is wise, yeah. He knows.
And I know what you say about racing driver mentality, but could be a podium for Club 73. He doesn't need to get involved.
in
He's
50-50s with FP4 down into the chicane, you mean? Who've just pitted,
Yeah,
by the
but
way.
he might not have had a choice.
no, but he backed out of it, didn't he? Wisely, as he said. He's a wise head. Have 73 had any penalties at all? Club 73.
Let's have a quick look. No, they haven't.
There you go, you see.
Again, wise.
Not a single penalty as
Once
JS
again-
Racing goes down the inside into turn 1 and holds on to that position this time around. Sans contact either way. And that will be JS Racing now up into 6th place overall. As we said, not a
Clinton's
change
seen
in class.
his fair share
position.
of hire cart scraps in his time, what with him being the manager at Buckmore Park. Gets to see hire cart scraps on the daily. Certainly knows which ones to steer away from.
Yes, hind legs of a donkey, I think, for certain people out there at certain times of this race.
The good thing, though, now is he knows he's got 2 carts with decent pace in front of him. And can just...
One of them double stinting the Teesside Tigers cart towards the end of this race.
Pardon?
I said one of them is one of the ones I would treat with the hind leg, like the hind legs of a donkey, is double stinting the Teesside Tigers
Clinton
cart.
down the inside of the 24 machine, obviously got enough pace at the end of the straight.
What's speaking of Mr. White, what's his
I know what
pace
you're
like
saying,
at the
Tom,
moment?
with that 102.9, so he's on pace with the Kart Events Belgium at the front, who, due to pit stops, have opened up the gap now to 4 laps. I said this last night, and I'm going to say it again, but so far, Paul White has been superb, and he does come with a little bit of a reputation for being robust.
Good way of putting it.
But he's been superb and has been unbelievably quick. Gravel at 1, Tom.
And at 9, we've got somebody well off at
Sorry,
9.
it's 9. I thought it was 1, given how far round they were. That's well round at 9 as well. What number? 55.
55,
Accelerate Kent Brewery are off into the gravel. Michael Whitaker, the driver of that kart, he's off circuit. Will be spraying the track with stones down at the far end and will be required to pit to have that kart checked out. Thought about it and then carried on. Don't know. Was he sure he was in the gravel?
Yeah, he was
Definitely
well in the gravel. Yeah.
So he got out of it.
Looking round as he crossed the start-finish line, like, am I going to get a black flag for this? Well, you will do probably next time around. We'll see what happens with that one. But yeah, should have immediately come into the pits
Yeah,
if he was fully in the gravel. Dave's just having a quick look.
It was in the gravel. I'm just watching the replay here where he goes pit, pit, pit. Nah, I'm all right, thanks.
Oh, he's going very slowly on circuit now. I guess.
Yeah, it's probably because he now... Oh, we've got another one off at turn 1. I think that's shopping carts. It is. Shopping carts are in the gravel. Do you know when they're finished with that car? Do you think he has to put a little bit of metal in it to get his quid back?
That's the guy with the Hawk Tour sticker on his
Yes.
helmet as well, which did have me chuckling during the night. Also topical.
Oh, very.
He'll be coming in, for his final stint, and he'll have a sticker with half an ear on it.
LMS are having a few issues in the pit lane. In that they tried to start it and it wouldn't. And that's going into the mechanics bay.
And LMS were 16th overall.
Yes.
Well,
Gonna
so
drop
running
down.
well.
That's promoted Optimum Motorsport up a place.
Ooh. Got some very light-coloured looking tyres there, David. Have they been off somewhere potentially? Off. I don't
Well,
mean
no,
in the gravel, because otherwise they'd be in the Bay de Gravel.
No, it's
oh,
not.
it's the Speedy Dry.
Yes, we've got some speedy dry down from where all the chain lube and everything else has been spilt on track. Shopping carts are in. Still not seen the 55 come in though.
Yeah, and they were going slowly as well. So not quite sure what's going on now. Looking at LMS still in the pits. Looks like an engine change on the driver's right-hand side. So the engine mounts are undone. Looks like potentially a new one going on. Certainly some work being done. So it could be chain, of course. Figure out what's going on here. Clutch. I don't know. Stuff's happening with LMS.
I'm just going to say here, I don't think that cart's gone in the gravel.
He's still on the curb.
He's on the
rumble
curb.
strip.
It's just that
It's
he
the
couldn't
55 we're
drive
talking
forwards
about.
without going in the gravel, and he's got out and turned it round.
Right.
I think that's a good shout, actually, and
Okay.
I don't think he does need to come into the pit lane for that Accelerate Kent Brewery. So I think he could be safe
Okay.
on this occasion. Engine change by the look of it, or could it be chain for that LMS cart, Tom, that's caused it a problem?
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out
yeah.
while you were rewinding YouTube, is
Yeah, well, I
trying to
think-
figure out what was actually going on.
I
But
think it's an engine change.
shopping carts are in with some very hot brakes.
Yeah.
That's
well,
actually been
they've
given the
they've-
hose pipe
Well,
treatment.
they've been in the gravel, as have TRX. The problem is TRX are in. They're the third cart now, and there's nobody to look at it because we've got LMS being fixed and shopping carts being fixed. Obviously, there's only so many hands.
I think that's been invaded gravel because
It has.
the driver's just got out and literally tipped his boot out. He took it off, turned it upside down, and half of Le Mans fell
Someone
out.
get him a little bucket of water and a towel because he's got some sand between his toes.
He's going to make a castle in a minute out of what's left.
Oh. He's going to have to move though in a minute because LMS's cart's being lowered back down.
Currently got camera 1 on these curves. You want to do another judge of who's going wide up?
So yeah, LMS already being lowered down and heading back out.
Just quickly here, Tom, out of this final corner, we see this curve. It's one that some teams choose to run, some teams don't. At this stage in the race, you can tell which teams are being careful because yesterday all you heard was brr, 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 and 90% of the carts coming around haven't been touching that curve. And that one looked like it'd be caught on the white line. Again, on the white line, everybody's just being fairly reasonable with it because we have seen teams that haven't been mechanically sympathetic to their cart having problems.
We'll wait for our leader to come through and we'll catch the back of their suit and see what kind of line they're taking through there.
Yeah, Kenneth Neeson's now in that class leading cart, the Kart Events Belgium 06. Perennial front runners, perennial winners of 24-hour races across.
Max Wilkinson just went through and literally just touched the white line. And I think just about to come through turn 1 now. Potentially is our leaders. I think that was them going through the shop just there. Ooh, that got a little bit elbows out, didn't it?
And that was so tasty, I nearly went back for seconds. There is our leader, the second in the train there of carts there with the one of Teesside Tigers, second place behind them.
head round now. Already over 1,150 laps. So when we came on air, they were just about to tip over to 1,100 laps. We're already halfway to 1,200 laps. And again, just looking at Titan Motorsport coming through the chicane. So it's Owen Genman on board that one once again, and he's just absolutely clattering the curb that you can see in the middle of the S's there. As they drive towards us, their left-hander. So it goes for them. It goes right, left, right.
How did
the
that,
one in the middle.
How did that work out for them yesterday, Tom?
Yeah, it didn't work out too well with them dropping a chain and then
and shearing all the studs off their rear hub.
Yes, but lessons clearly haven't been learned, and time needs to be made up. So they're just caution to the wind. If it breaks, it breaks. I think at this point.
Yes, currently in 13th place.
Just having a look on the timing, 10th, 11th and 12th currently are our front three in Clubman. We've got 5 laps between BKRT Yellow and Club 73 TTR. But Teesside Academy, less than 30 seconds behind now and lapping significantly quicker. By significantly, the tune of 2 seconds a lap. Consistently 2 seconds a lap quicker. So in the next 15 laps, we're going to see, I think it's Max Wilkinson aboard the Teesside Academy car.
Well, it's going to happen shortly, Tom, because
Taking
Club 73 TTR are an hour and a half into their stint, whereas Teesside Academy have only been out for half an hour and are on what we would call the optimum pit stop schedule. They've got one more stop to do with about an hour and 45 remaining, an hour and 30. And that will take them through to the checkered flag. Whereas Club 73 TTR at the moment are on course for a splash and dash. And we'll see how that pans out, because some teams will do a short, effectively between now and the end, a short middle stint. They'll do 45, 50 minutes, come in, fuel the car again and send it out to basically finish the race on just enough to get it over the finish line.
And if they're well enough, their quickest driver will probably double stack that.
Yes. Well, we've seen with Paul White, hasn't he, in the Teesside Tigers. You know, that car in second place, currently class leading pro, but he has proved to be their quickest driver throughout this race weekend, and he's been entrusted to take that car to the checkered flag.
But yeah, what we're saying is if they're doing these half-hour, 45-minute stints either at the end.
The 32 is in with what looks to be a brake issue, because they've just been pumping away at the brakes.
Ideally, if you're going to do that short stint, you would do it as your last stint, because you don't want to tempt fate by having to do an extra stop for a mechanical.
Yes.
You wouldn't tend to do a 45-minute and then a full hour and 45-minute stint.
If you're in a position where you're going to put your fastest driver in, you want to give him an hour and a half rather than give him 45 minutes. So teams will look at that differently. Will assess the situation and make their own call accordingly. And that's what makes it so exciting and interesting for us, Tom, is that we don't know how this race is going to pan out.
No.
You know, as with all 24 hours, who knows? We could have a Toyota situation where the cart grinds to a halt with 5 minutes to go. You know,
it's happened before.
Yes, it certainly
We've
has.
seen it in 24-hour races where everything is going swimmingly, and half an hour to go, and things don't go. In fact, we've seen it where things have gone bang halfway around the last lap for the overall lead of a British 24-hour race. There was the battle for the lead. The overall race victory was on, and it came halfway through the last lap of the race, and the engine seized, causing a crash between the two leaders.
Teesside, wasn't it?
Was it 2020?
I think it was.
It was 19.
For me,
Might have been 20.
arguably the best 24-hour kart race ever
you'll ever see.
The
Yeah.
final 3 hours was just compelling viewing. As MS Soko Select tried to haul in the race leaders.
And it was fascinating, absolutely fascinating. You could not tear your eyes away from it. And I don't just mean us. I think we had record viewing figures as well for that, as well as everybody who was at the track was. Even people who were doing their own race, people in 35th, 36th, 70th place, everybody was watching what was happening in that.
I mean, if you think this entry here is big, here at the Circuit Alan Prost with 43 entries, we've got 89 on the entry list for the British in a month's time.
And that's fairly low by their standards. So there will still be places available, I'm sure.
Well, the hire carts are full at 60 entries.
Okay.
Owners is about where we'd expect it to be. It normally drops down to about 88.
Have we got reserves for hires?
Yes, I believe we will have.
Okay. Well, if you do want to get yourself on the reserve list, then please get in touch with Kat and the 24-hour karting series.
Or
And
just get yourself in touch with existing teams. We know yesterday Cole Clark were looking for 1 or 2 drivers to take seats, and check them out on Facebook. They've got a page, and get in touch with the team. Might get yourself a drive at the 2024 British 24
maybe I will.
Well, better at driving than commentating. You're not. There is. No, you're not.
Yeah.
Genuinely, mate, there is nobody I would rather commentate with, other than maybe.
Oh, here we go. Right.
David Croft.
He's been working on this list
David
all weekend,
Addison,
folks.
Martin Brundle.
Any
Henry
other
Mather,
Davids?
Anthony Jordan.
Just anybody called David, is it? Is that your list?
Andrew Mather, Howard Mitchell. The guy who does our MC Euro, who gets amazingly into it by shouting stuff like Lewis. I absolutely love that guy. I'd rather commentate with him than you.
Would you like me to throw you under the bus? You've not mentioned the 2 lads that we're actually doing the commentary with this year yet.
That's because I've not commentated with them yet. Not commentated with them yet. But yeah, this year at the British 24 Hour, we're going to welcome Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney to the TSK Motorsport Media for their first British 24 Hour race. We will, of course, miss Andrew Mather and Howard Mitchell. Andrew, who's stepped up to now become effectively one of the lead commentators for the Motorsport UK British Championship. He's done every round this season, and credit to Andrew, he's been absolutely superb in that role.
He has.
He's been
He has.
brilliant.
It's been a long time coming for him as well.
Really enjoyed watching Andrew. He's far, he's been commentating a lot longer than I have, but still, having worked with him, there's still a little bit of pride, and I don't want that to be patronising in any way, because it's not, and I don't mean it in that way, but in the same way that Chris McCarthy gave me my chance, and I still love the fact that he's he covers Formula 2 and that he does Le Mans and stuff like that, and I'm like, you're just really pleased that, you there's somebody that you've worked with that you like, that really,
It's nice to see good people do well, is what you're trying to say, isn't it? Yeah.
You've articulated that far better than I could. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
That's why I like working with you, Tom.
Yes. Good people doing well and getting the recognition they deserve is definitely right up there for us, especially when it comes to commentary. So yeah, we are going to miss Andrew and Howard. Howard, who I believe decided to get married on a weekend that they normally hold the British 24 Hour, so has missed a couple over the last few years, hasn't he? And is missing this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, what we're trying to say is he's got his priorities well out.
All wrong. All wrong. But no, we look forward to welcoming our new commentators for the first time, coming from esports as well.
Yes, a bit of car racing, a bit of karting background, primarily from esports, but we were looking for commentators that we thought would not only complement our sort of style, which is laid back when it needs to be laid back, and
massively hyper when it needs to be massively hyper.
Exactly.
when it's kicking off.
When things are getting close, when teams are closing in, that's exactly what we mean, isn't it, Tom? And we looked at we looked at many commentators, didn't we? And I think unanimously we were like, yeah, absolutely, let's get in touch.
Yeah.
With Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney, and
well, you say unanimously. You sent me the videos and were like, "What do you think of these ads?" Yeah, it looks all right.
Yeah, but
let's get in touch.
But I didn't send you them. I've sent you somebody and go, "What do you think, Ewan?" You go, "Yeah, I think he's good." And I go, "Nah, I just sent it for crack."
There were some rejects. We're not gonna lie. There were some that were like, yeah, not too sure.
Not for me.
Yeah.
What you were saying is it sounded like we were at the dentist. I think there was somebody with an airline.
The airline,
blowing something out in the comm box.
Just waiting for the drill to start up.
And then the bill to be presented to us.
Yes.
Yellow's down at 1, and I don't know why. I can't see anybody off. And there is.
Oh,
again.
no, there is. We've got red suit, yellow helmet. Is that Chukta Racing?
Yes, it is Chukta Racing. They've been in with a problem around about 15 minutes ago, and now has had a pirouette, but I don't think he was in the gravel. I think he just had a spin.
Can I point something out to you that I wouldn't say grates on me by any means. It doesn't annoy me at all, but it does make me chuckle that people like. Let's work our way down the list, right?
I don't know where this is going.
See if you can spot a theme here.
Right.
Bear in mind what we're doing this weekend, of having a 24-hour go-kart race.
Yes.
Okay. We have Club 73 karting.
Yes.
We have Chrono Team racing. We have Nameless Motorsport, Mad Motorsport, Titan Motorsports, Fast and Furious Internationals, fine, Apex Twin Racing, Bargain Racing, Dr. Vapes Racing, TRX Motorsport. You see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
Why don't you just call yourself TRX? Why don't you call yourself Club 73? You're here racing, you're here doing motorsport, you're here karting. Do you need to put that in your name?
Tom there taking huge umbrage with half the paddock.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me put it another way. Teesside Tigers, fine. Kartevents.be, fine. CBR 113, that's Core Blimey. Racing. But they've gone CBR this time, rather than Core Blimey.
Well, I don't
Racing.
think it'd fit on the timing.
Where are we? Let's have a look. Newmarket Hornets. We know where that came from. Even Optimum MS. The MS is motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, but we'll give them that. You'll give them that. Nothing to do with me.
Where are we? Team Rango. We do have a Dr. Vapes, and we have Dr. Vapes Racing, and they're running 30 seconds apart on track as well, actually.
Yes.
Good battle hotting up between the Dr. Vapes lot. We've got Team Ard, we've got MKT, FP4, that kind of thing. But what I'm trying to get at is probably 80% of the grid have got either motorsport racing or karting at the end of their team name.
Right.
As if it wasn't obvious what we're doing.
Would you like some help?
I'm just
climbing down off that high horse that you're on.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Do you know what really grinds my gears?
Yeah.
People that annoy you.
It's something that's been building up in me for a few years, is that, and I felt the need to just get it out now.
So it's not just a recent development.
2 hours and 41 minutes to go
Wow.
here of a 24-hour race, and
just a quick one, Tom. Club 73 TTR, when they came into the pit lane earlier on, they were second in class, being closed down by Teesside Academy. They then picked up a 1-lap penalty for speeding in the pit lane. They're still third in class, the early leaders in that class, but have now got 3 laps back on Teesside Academy, albeit there is off-schedule pit stops for those two. They should only expect to see them once more.
Do you think the TTR, do you think the R in TTR stands for racing?
Yes, it's TED Track Racing.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, you're going to have to let this go.
I'm never letting it go.
If you want to get to the end of this race...
I tell you what, people,
Without
everybody who's watching, listening, part of this thing and is coming to the British 24-hour, if you've got racing, karting or motorsport in your name, change it. Just get rid. Don't need it. We know what you're there for.
Also, if you'd like to commentate on the 2024 British 24 Hours, there's a space going, so I've just relieved Tom of his duties.
It just makes me laugh. Nameless
It doesn't make you laugh.
Nameless
It makes you angry.
Nameless Motorsport. You could have just called yourself Nameless. You know.
Or just completely a blank space if you're nameless.
Exactly. Just a little hyphen.
the team formerly known as Motorsport. Like Prince.
Yeah.
I want a team. Mate, I want a team next to it called Motorsport Racing.
Motorsport kart racing.
Yeah. Team.
That's right. I tell you what, then, if somebody enters with karting, motorsport racing, or any
honestly,
variation of that, racing, karts, motorsport,
Team.
yeah, enter with that name, and we will give you all of the shout outs. If you aren't entering with those names, then drop any of those 3 from your name. What have we got here? We've got the Apex Twin guys. Look like they will be coming in. Of course, that's Apex Twin Racing.
Anyway.
Scrolling through the bottom of the screen, TRX Motorsport, TVP Racing, Cole Clark Racing,
Right.
Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, CBA Motorsport, Core Blimey Racing, JAH Motorsport.
I've just turned his microphone off, folks. I've had enough. I can't do this anymore. I'm going home.
Chukta Racing. And he's still going.
Oh.
See, look, like, Chukta Racing. Just call yourself Chuktas.
Dan Bougard's been on. He did indeed confirm. When I said it was the 2020, you looked at me like I was wrong. And I wasn't.
Because I was thinking COVID year, that was why.
Yeah, but I wasn't wrong. Because I was right. 2021 was COVID year, wasn't it? It was the year after. But no, it was 2020 and it was epic.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, best race for a long time.
Sam Hayes Racing says Tom needs some sleep. Tom had enough sleep.
I had a solid 5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours. What?
It's just something that's been building up in me for a long time. And look, no one else is going to say it. I'll go out on that hill. I will quite happily die on that hill. You don't need to put that in your name. We know what you're here for. And now I'm over it. I've got it out of my system. It's done. It's dusted. It's documented. It's out on live stream. It'll be on YouTube forever.
Mate, I thought Donald was the only one whose ear was hurting, but mine's killing.
It's done. I'm over it now. I've said my piece.
2 hours, 36 minutes and 33 seconds remaining of the Tom Butterworth rants us through the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour kart race. Kart Events Belgium continue to lead with a gap of 4 laps now to Teesside Tigers, with Core Blimey Racing Club 73 in 4th place.
Club 73 karting.
Chrono Team Racing, JS Racing complete a top 6. We've got 3 Elite and 3 Pro there. And
Even
the top
7th place,
three
Le
in-
Petit-Bouchon is racing team, isn't it?
Yes, Tom, it is. Let it go. Let it go like Frozen. In Clubman.
It needs to be said. It needs to be said.
Teesside Academy
Right, I'm done, I'm
and
over it
Club
now.
73
I am now.
TTR
Over it.
are your top 3.
I'm going to have a word with Kat. Say, like, anybody that enters with these names, don't put them on. Unless their name is Karting Motorsport Racing.
Yeah, just having a quick in front of us here, Apex Twin have come in the pit lane. They've lost an engine and now it started again with some assistance from our.
Needs to take it steady
Team
down
here.
there so he doesn't get a speeding penalty. Oh, hey up. You all right there?
Yeah, I'd lost audio in my ears. I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
And despite the fact that you have been quite annoying for the last 20 minutes, I do like to hear you.
You wondered if you'd unknowingly, unconsciously poked your ears out with a pencil.
Yeah, exactly. At one point, I was quite thankful, but then I realised it'd be a tough remainder of the race.
25 past 9 here, local time. 25 past 8 UK time. Are we on Central European time?
Sorry?
Are we on CET here?
Yes, we are. Central Europe here.
Didn't know whether there was a French summertime.
Yes, it's normally between when the sun comes up and it goes down because it's lovely.
Probably somewhere between April and September.
Yeah, yeah. Where our British summertime is somewhere between June 1st and June 3rd.
Yes. if you live where I live, it's between June the 1st at 10 a.m. and June the 1st at 10:04.
Yes. Just having a quick look, we've got Core Blimey Racing coming in
And being
and being
directed
sent towards
the mechanic
the
bay.
mechanics bay out of second place in class. Driver, I wasn't sure if he knew anything about it. The cart's going to get pushed backwards up onto the mechanics bay. And Matt Davis, who was in the seat at the time, was heading down to fuel, and on his way in, Paul Franklin noticed that there was a problem, and I think it's the exhaust shroud has come off, Tom. So they're going to have the exhaust changed.
Should be able to do this fairly quickly, and we'll keep an eye on their overall pit stop time, but it should not cost them too much, all being well, unless they find other issues.
No, the worst part there is trying to pick the exhaust off because it's red hot.
Literally
Like,
red hot.
It's just been lifted off with a towel and literally just thrown to one side,
Yeah.
out of the way to safety.
We must say it has been thrown onto the concrete and not onto the grass, because there is potential that it would have set fire to the grass. They are that hot. But no, the new one is already on, just
Now,
being fixed into place.
This is the thing, with having this minimum pit stop time, it's not going to add a huge amount,
No,
but it
and
has dropped them down to third place.
the cover already being readied to go back on for the rear of the car.
It's like, you know, when they have a whole front end ready at Le Mans to bolt it onto the car.
Yeah.
It's like that, isn't it? They're just waiting for...
Changing the rear deck. But the driver, of course,
Oh, the Apex Twin that came in and their engine wouldn't start 10 minutes ago.
5
is
minutes, isn't it?
5
Yeah,
minutes
not
ago,
even
is
that,
back,
yeah.
is back in with a problem.
rear end already going back on the CBR car. Now, what we would say as well is I think they will be over that 2.5 minute minimum time. However, they're not going to be much over it,
No.
and they don't have to stop. They won't have to stop again for a mechanical.
Hopefully.
And great respect from the driver as well, thanking them for picking that out on their way through.
Yes. Well, yeah, because
and stood there hugely respectful as well. Didn't say a word to the mechanics. Just jumped out the car,
yeah.
let them go about their business as quick as they possibly can, and get them back out, because they know the more they talk, the more they annoy them, the slower they're going to go. So they just stood there, for want of a better phrase, took it on the chin,
yeah,
and get back
but
out
again,
and racing as quick as they can.
he could have been out in 10 minutes' time and be called in under a mechanical flag, and he's got another 2.5 minutes. So now he's just got to be slow enough through the pit lane without a problem. It's probably going to add 1.5 minutes, Tom, overall. Gets that engine started.
Where are we up to now, time-wise, for their stop?
3 minutes and 30 seconds now.
Okay.
So it'll be another minute as they roll down that pit lane and out the other end. So they're going to have lost 2 minutes, which is basically 2 laps. But
A net saving of 30 seconds.
yes, and I get the feeling, looking at time, that Club 73, who are in front of them now, still need to pit twice. I think CBR only need to pit once. That's going to be incredibly tight at the end, if things pan out the way we hope, because we want it to be nice and close. But sort of on paper, they're scheduled to be quite close together.
Is that the MKT team in? I think it
Yes,
is.
it is.
They were running very high up early on and then had a number of issues. Gravel twice, I believe.
Yeah.
A couple of mechanicals. They had the whole Bigfoot panel fell off, didn't it?
Cart changes.
Yeah, the Bigfoot panel came off. It came in with no R clips on.
Well, yeah, they had a chassis crack, didn't they? The yoke. Changed the cart, went back onto it later on, and 10 laps later the axle snapped.
That's the Apex Twin you can hear revving up. Yep, so it looks like that's about to head back out. That's Apex Twin 5, so they were 23rd. In fact, they were 23rd. Dr. Vapes has now overtaken them, and potentially Dr. Vapes number 2. So number 30 is now in 23rd, with number 60 in 25th.
I think by the time
coming round
it could have been
quickly.
higher, Tom. I think Team Rango, maybe Bargain Racing, weren't actually that far, and that's been there for a while now. It's been 4 minutes in the pits as Apex Twin. CBR have rejoined and have immediately made up another place. They were down to 6th and have got back straight up to 5th, so they remain 3rd in class. By our estimation, they are 2 laps behind Club 73, but we'll have 1.5 minute pit stop less to carry out.
Oh, so it's on.
Second place, like Donkey Kong
in class, is on. Just going to nip out for a moment for my first comfort break of the morning. If you will excuse me.
Oh, energy!
Oh,
thank you, sir.
Merci.
That is superb. That may well get us through the final half an hour of this 24-hour race. Tom's just off to maybe grab a bite to eat. I will run you through the order because we are at the bottom of the hour here with 2.5 hours remaining. The sun yet to be in the sky here at Le Mans. It's light, but it's not up and over the trees just yet. Kartevents.be have a 4-lap lead at the front from Teesside Tigers, the leading pro outfit. Then it's Club 73, 2nd in Elite, 3rd overall. Chrono Team Racing, 2nd in Pro, 4th overall. CBR are 3rd on the final step of the Elite Podium as it stands. JS Racing in the 111, the final step of the Pro Podium as it stands. Then it's Le Petit Bouchons, 4th in class, 7th overall. Nameless Motorsport are 8th. Then it's our leading clubman runner, BKRT Yellow, in 9th place. Mad Motorsport at 10th. Teesside Academy 11th. Titan Motorsport as Dr. Vapes pull off into the pit lane. Number 60 entry. Then it's the Newmarket Hornets in 13th, with Club 73 TTR in 14th. BKRT Red, Optimum Motorsport 16th, CBR 213 in 17th, with Fats and Furious International in 18th. 19th, LMS in front of KBR, the King Brothers Racing team in 20th place. Bargain Racing are in 21st. Team Rango 22nd. Dr. Vapes the 30 23rd. The 60 Dr. Vapes racing cart is in 24th, but is also in the pit lane on the mechanics bay as we speak. Apex Twin in the 5. They're just leaving the pit lane, 2 laps down on that number 60 Dr. Vapes racing cart, so they're going to get some time back when they get back on track, whilst Dr. Vapes are in the pit lane. Team ARD are 26th with MKT in 27th. TRX Motorsport 28th. Met Police Motor Club in the 999 are in 29th place. They've had 6 laps worth of penalties, which would have put them roughly around about 25th. In 30th, TVP Racing in front of Cole Clark Racing in 31st. Then it's Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in the 55 are in 32nd. FP4 33rd. The Core Blimey Racing 313 in 34th, with CBA Motorsport and JJH Motorsport behind in 35th and 36th. Then it's the second Met Police Motor Club entry, the 101 in 37th. Bowel Cancer UK out there and lapping very, very quickly, because at the moment they've got Teesside Stig on board to get them through towards the checkered flag. Club 73 Pro are in 39th. Then it's Apex Twin, Selected Works, Tucha Racing, Shopping Cart, and Club 73 AM in the 373. They're in the pit lane at the moment, just fueling up in 43rd place. Race leader on your screen at the moment, with Paul White just behind, pushing along. These are first and second overall, and also first in their respective classes. The 06 in front of the 1. Lapping in unison, but doing what is necessary to take them both to their respective class wins as it stands, with 2:23 on the clock. Coming up on some traffic in front of them as they head up towards turn number 1.
I've found someone to have a chat to, David.
Oh, lovely. Can you have the chat?
Yes, of course.
Well, I would say that we're just watching at the moment the club's the race leader, the 06, and then Paul White with Teesside Tigers, top 2 in
the 2 classes, yeah.
Top 2 overall, leader in class, and they are just working in unison, getting through the traffic nicely together, knowing that the bigger picture is they both get to stand on the top step of their respective podiums.
Are they looking round and giving each other hand signals? No, there's just been a nod of appreciation.
We're well beyond that pace, Tom, because Paul White has been tucked up behind that 6 since that safety car when he got in earlier, around about
an hour ago. With the full course yellow, yeah.
And he has been just there, pushing along, doing what is necessary. And I've said, this will be the 3rd time I've said it, this is out of character, so to speak, for Paul White. But do you know what, Tom? Credit to him, because he's been superb this weekend.
He certainly has, yeah. We'll just going to hand over the headphones while David goes off for a little comfort break as well. I'm going to have to try and think thin to let him out of here as well. Are you through? There we go. And we'd like to welcome the chief organiser. I mean, what is your actual role here, Kat Franklin?
Well,
are you boss, owner, manager?
Boss, owner, manager,
chief organiser.
Chief cook, definitely.
Chief cook, yes.
I think that my role is that I've been working since November on this event.
There we go.
And so we work yeah, we've been working for months to getting it to this point, and then I do the briefing, and then there's not really much for me to do.
It normally starts Monday after this race finishes, doesn't it?
It will do, yeah. We'll be back straight on it for the British, and then, yeah, back in for Black Friday for the start of selling for next year.
Yeah.
Getting it filled up.
So this coming Friday, entries open for next year?
No, Black Friday.
Oh, Black Friday, sorry.
Black Friday, so the 24th of November or something. So we've been working on it since November.
Right, okay.
But yeah, mostly when I'm here, I just feed. We've got 40 staff here this weekend.
Yeah.
So we've mostly been feeding them, keeping them going.
Most of them have been here since probably sort of 7:30, 8 o'clock yesterday morning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they stay for the long haul.
Yeah.
Try and get some naps in some chairs over the 24 hours.
Yeah. So big thank you to all of them for their efforts as well.
They do work supremely hard, because
they
there's only
do.
3 weeks between the 24-hour races. So we had the BUKC 24-hour 3 weeks ago, and then we've got the British 3 weeks ahead. As soon as they get back Tuesday, they'll unload the bag and they'll be straight back on, servicing all the carts, stripping them all down for the next one. So
Yeah.
busy.
Amazing effort, amazing effort. So, so that's probably the next thing is what goes on between rounds then. So between the BUKC and here, all the carts have been stripped, rebuilt,
Yep.
cleaned, polished and loaded onto the truck,
Yep.
transported from Teesside, from Middlesbrough,
Yeah.
from the northeast of England, all the way down to Le Mans on a truck. So they're not actually here at the circuit, they're brought all the way from the northeast of England down here for the drivers to just jump in and drive and go for 24 hours. And then the same thing will happen. They'll be loaded back on the truck all the way back up to the northeast and then fully prepped again for the next one in 3 weeks.
Yeah, every cart gets stripped down, washed off. Any bits that look fatigued or worn will be replaced. They'll all get new tyres, clutches maybe, sprockets probably. And then, put back together, given a bit of a polish before the British.
There you go. So and that just shows you where the value comes from in terms of the entry fees and things like that. Where it all goes. As you said, there's 40 staff. That's not including yourself and Paul as well. So.
And obviously this year we've got the live stream crew as well.
And the live stream crew, and you've got all the mechanical bits, all the tyres that have been put on. So 2 sets of fronts, so that's 86 front tyres, 86 front tyres for the first stint, another 86 for the second stint, 43 sets of rear tyres. And we are going full course yellow. Sorry to cut across here. Full course yellow once again. Have we got somebody off at turn 1? And we've got a mechanical flag as well going out. Can't see what number that is. For the 4. So that'll be FP4K. They will be coming in. We'll try and get to the bottom of what's happened to them. Sweeper car is out on track. Sweeper quad is out on track to clear up some gravel. So how have you found it this weekend? Has it been an easy one? Has it been a difficult one, relatively speaking?
I know this is going to sound terrible, but I found it really boring, and that's my ideal race.
Exactly. I was going to say that.
I like to be as bored as humanly possible. I actually went back to the hotel, had a sleep for a couple of hours, because there's nothing much happening for us, which is what we want. Because we want the drivers to have all the excitement and for us to have as little excitement as possible. So I'm sure all the drivers will tell you they've had an epic race. There's been some really good battles, but we've kept it calm and quiet here and just chugged through the night, which is what we want, really.
We've only had one rant from Paul over the microphone when everybody kept going into the gravel, and look, it was needed. Yeah. But we haven't heard anything else in terms of all team captains or anything having to be summoned up or anything like that. So like you say, nice and quiet, nice and easy event.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the way it should be, really.
What we want, yeah. It's what we want. We just wait for the clouds to clear a little bit and have a nice sunny finish to the end. That would be ideal.
Yeah, it has just clouded over a little bit, hasn't it, over the last sort of 20 minutes, half an hour. But yeah, just wanted to sort of grab you for a brief chat and just say, get you on the stream and thank you for having us here once again.
No problem.
And putting on this event. It's great to hear from from the powers that be. Have
No
you lost?
problem.
Have you lost me?
No, yeah, it just keeps coming and going.
Are you in now?
That's all right.
Okay.
I'm lip reading anyway, so it's fine. But yeah, years of karting, so I can't hear much. So.
Yeah.
But
Well-
yeah, full course yellow. I think we're just cleaning the track. I think they pulled whoever it is out of the gravel down there. There's four's in.
Oh,
4 must have been in the gravel.
They-
They seems to be getting the gravel check.
and that'll be why they've probably got the mechanical as well, as to maybe they didn't come straight into the pits. We've seen a couple of those throughout the
I think the
throughout the
brake,
day.
the disc protector has probably bent up a little bit because he's poking it with a giant screwdriver. So.
Yeah, I've seen them doing that throughout the day.
Yeah.
The stones tend to get lodged,
underneath,
yeah,
yeah.
sort of in the side of the chain, and they end up going around there, which of course can cause no end of damage. But no, thank you very much for coming on.
No problem. Should we try and see if Paul have a chat? He's passing by.
Yeah, I'm giving that 2 hopes. No
No.
hope and Bob hope.
Yeah.
of getting
hope.
Paul on the stream.
No hope for a chat, Paul.
Paul, yeah, just
No.
a
He's
short
just-
shake of the head.
Just shaking his head.
Yeah.
He's sat down.
He's been here. He didn't go home, but he didn't go back to the hotel last
No,
night,
he
did
didn't go back to the hotel. I don't know if he had any sleep. Do you have some sleep at all? No. No sleep. We fed him some breakfast, so he's having 5 minutes.
Yeah,
So.
a well-earned 5 minutes.
Well, in 5 minutes. He will get some rest before he drives the wagon home later, hopefully. So.
Yeah. Well, he's got the game on tonight, hasn't he? So
Yes, yeah.
so we'll.
We
yeah.
looking forward to the football, Paul? If he's awake. So he's looking forward to football if he manages
and
to
a
stay
beer,
awake.
did you say? Is he allowed a beer?
No. Definitely not allowed any beer after this race.
Too soon.
Too soon. Too soon. Right, David, are you coming back on?
David's been summoned back to the box. No, you honestly, Kat,
David's having a break.
if you're okay, then yeah, thank you very much for
Yeah, no
joining us. You
problem.
can
Nice to have a chat.
go and have a little chill out yourself now. Yeah, and just relax until the end of this one, hopefully. 2.25 hours to go, just under. We are under full course yellow. And it looks like we're not far off from going racing again. We've done, whoever's at the front of this train, I haven't picked up who it is, but who I think might be shopping carts. There's a fluorescent yellow.
Oh, they're
one
doing
at
very
the front,
well.
Doing
It's
a
what
good
we
job
want.
of backing them up, yeah.
Nice, slow procession.
I think it
round
is
the
shopping
circuit.
carts actually who are at the front of the train, backing everybody up nice and steadily, keeping everybody safe on track while they do their work. I don't know what that means, David.
Just
It's
a
like
train
Russian
of
dolls.
A train of shopping carts.
Train of shopping carts, yeah. Oh, like yeah, we need like Malcolm from Tesco pushing
Yeah.
them all along, trying to steer it from the back. And we are green and racing once again. Hopefully that will be our last full course yellow.
There's a big pack going into that corner,
Yeah.
4 wide. We'll see if they all come off all right.
Yeah. We've got Chukta Racing, I think, of just letting everybody go, or as many as they can before they have to tuck back in line. You see them there with the fluorescent yellow helmet just dropping back a few places, letting everybody go. They are our Guinness World Record entry for this particular event. Of course, we've got another one for the British 24-hour.
We have.
Another one going for the solo attempt.
Yeah, pedals, Rothline. Yeah, going
Yes.
for a solo attempt for British Heart Foundation.
Yeah, Chris Pedlingham doing it for a very, very good course, and of course it's close to all of our hearts as well, or reasons that are all close to our hearts here within this particular
Should be
paddock
good.
as well.
I think that he's been doing a lot of 6 hours and 8 hour test days.
Good. That's what I
yeah,
said he needed to do when I spoke
Yeah.
to Poggy about it as well, Anthony Pogson. He's going to coach him through it and manage him through it all. And what we've seen from the offline guys over the last few years is their strategy is probably the best in the paddock at getting
Yeah.
themselves into good positions at the end of a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
It's not about the beginning. It's not about 6-hour mark. It's the 24-hour mark where
And they
the trophies are awarded.
They can definitely save fuel better than anyone else. If
Yeah.
anyone else can get that cart going round for longer, it'll be him.
Yeah, and so we wish Pedals the very best of luck, and I'm sure we'll be doing some interviews with him for the British 24-hour weekend coming up in a few weeks' time. Yeah, so we'll wish him all the best already, but we'll bring you all the news at our next event. But yes, going for a solo 24-hour kart record, distance record. So the furthest distance covered.
Hopefully it stays dry, because on the world records, especially at Teesside, the weather is a big factor. If it gets wet, you're not going to do it really, because you just can't put in the steady lap time. So hopefully we get some nice weather. I think it's looking like we should have some good weather.
Yeah, I mean, the last couple of years it's been hit and miss. The first one that was our good friend Ian. He was the first one to sort of attempt it over the last few years anyway. So we've had this will be the 4th year in a row we've had an attempt at it. Yeah, so Ian was the first one 4 years ago, and he made it to about hour 9, I think, and was very ill.
He was very poorly.
Very ill.
His wife put him in the car.
Yeah.
They took him home.
And then we've had another couple over the last 2 years.
Patterson?
Yeah.
Joe Patterson.
Joe Patterson. Yeah.
Did he try twice? I think. 2 years in a row, I think
he tried and made it to hour 10 or 11, didn't he, Joe Patterson? Yeah, and he was on schedule, as you're right, David. But yeah, it just breaks you. Does that event and trying to go for 24 hours solo.
Like this circuit's flat out all the way, but it's smooth, it's flat, and the curbs are a bit much. But you know, if you don't keep away from them, you're fairly comfortable probably in the car. Whereas the Teesside, it's bumpy. You're going up and down hills, there's off-camber corners.
You've got southbound, which is a 360-degree right-hander. It's right-handed for about 10 seconds.
It's just going to hurt your neck. So it is, at Teesside particularly, a hard ask, I think.
Yeah, I think his best bet is to have something along the lines of what we call the Billy neck braces, the big, thick foam neck brace, because he then doesn't have to hold his neck up at all. It can. Oh, thank you very much. What have we got here?
Cake. It's cake o'clock.
Oh, are we having hashtag cake chat? Okay, well we'll wait for David to get his bins back on in a few minutes, and yeah, he can. We will have hashtag cake chat as is our little tradition as a comedy duo, commentary duo. Some would say both. But yeah, so we'll keep our eyes on what's going to happen with Chris and his world record attempt. But we've got one here as well this weekend. So Peter Morrison for Chukta Racing in the number 32. He's the oldest driver to ever take part in a 24-hour kart race.
Is he?
73.
73, there we go.
I mean, Ian Nelson can't be far off that, can he?
No,
He'll love me for saying that.
He'll love that, yeah, he'll love that. He used to love it about 20 years ago when I used to go, and our older driver, Ian Nielsen.
Yeah. I think we should all start calling him Dad.
Grandpa. Papa?
Papa Nelson. Yeah, he's going to hate us for that, isn't he?
He is, yeah. I think he's already feeling a bit sore this morning. So.
What's his golf handicap nowadays?
I don't know.
He's
a golf professional.
Well,
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not into golf, so I've never really spoke to him about it.
What I'm trying to say is, not only can he pedal a cart round pretty quickly, he's also very good at other sports as well.
Yes.
And despite his many years.
Like not paragliding, you know, the one with the fan on your back?
Yeah, the paragliding,
Paragliding, yeah, he does that as well.
Because why not?
Yeah.
Why not strap yourself to a bed sheet and a giant fan and launch yourself off a cliff?
No, it's not something I'd like to do.
Yeah,
he seems to enjoy
Can't imagine a better way to spend my Sunday.
Well, these all seem to spread out nicely since the full course yellow.
Yeah. It's that time in the race now. Everybody's just like, right, we're accepting where we are. What battles have we got, David? We've got battle for 4th place. Is it on the road? CBR. Oh, David's having a look at Chrono Team Racing. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Has it been applied? Oh, dear. Right, we've had a penalty for Chrono Team Racing. Chrono Team Racing have had a 1-lap penalty for a 2-minute 29-second stop.
Naughty.
and it was a 2 minute 29.0, so it was a full second quicker than is allowed.
But that's what happens. You get to this end of the race and you're tired, and then little mistakes like that start costing you.
And it is a small mistake, but it's put them a lap behind, and that has dropped them. It's actually held them in position, but it's put them a full lap behind now. LPBRT in 6th place. But yeah, CBR Racing are so Core Blimey Racing 113 is only 4.5 seconds behind JS Racing for 4th overall. So we'll try and see if we can pick that one up. That's actually our closest battle out of anybody on track. That's for 4th place, but then there's a 3-lap gap. Oh, in fact, there's another 11 seconds behind for LPBRT as well. So the battle for 4th, separated by 15 seconds. Which would be JS Racing currently at the front of that one, but they're second in Pro. CBR and LPBRT, that's the battle for the final place on the podium. 11.5 seconds between them. Final step of the podium in the elite class.
Right, I'm going to hand back to David.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Kat. I appreciate that.
Champagne and some trophies out.
Ooh, lovely. Champagne on the way for some race winners. Shall we do hashtag cake chat?
Yeah, let's tuck in some.
What are we on?
It's chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake?
Provided by Cole Clark Racing.
What are these things on the top?
They shouldn't be there. They came with other cakes.
Oh.
Of a different colour.
Oh, it's not like nuts or anything like that.
And a biscuit. There was biscuits.
Oh, lovely.
We just have to make sure that we.
Thank you very much, Cole Clark Racing. Appreciate that.
Give them the tin back when we're done.
I don't know where they are in the pit lane, but I'm giving you a thank you.
Well, you should do, because there's the big. They've got 2 big flags. There's the black flag halfway down the pit lane. You basically have to go through.
Oh yeah, I see. You've got a windbreaker.
They've got 2 big ones. You basically have to go through the Cole Clark gates. It's very chocolatey, isn't it?
Mm. If you're wondering why it's quiet, we're doing hashtag cake eating.
We are tucking in. Yeah, similarly on penalties, Tom, the 4 of FP4, they came in after a trip through the gravel, and then we're caught speeding on the way out. Race Sniper has said, morning everyone, who do you think is going to win the Euros? Well,
one of them.
Yes. I don't think it's 50-50.
You don't think it's 50-50?
No, I'd love for England to win it. I just think Spain are quite good.
Yeah. I think Spain are quite good as well, but I think. I mean, we'll talk about it very briefly. I mean, there's a 24-hour race that we need to be talking about, really. But for me, England have been poor this tournament, but what they have in terms of putting the amount of skill that they have on the pitch and converting that into goals scored versus goals conceded has been pretty poor. However, there's been a sheer will to win.
They've ground out some
They
results,
have ground out the wins and the draws and won the penalties, and that's tournament football.
And we've had a little bit
It doesn't
of luck,
matter how well you play, so long as you win the game.
We've had a little bit of luck on the way through, like when Harry Kane volleyed that lad's foot.
Yes, very much so, yeah. Yeah.
You know.
And I don't think there's anybody anybody watching that who thought, oh yeah, that's a Stonewall penalty.
The ref did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, the VAR ref did.
Yes.
Yeah, the actual ref didn't,
Yes,
and the VAR ref did. So whoever that was, thanks very much. And you checked in the post.
Wonderful.
Again.
Lethal League Gaming's just said how long is left to go. Well, in 1 minute and 25 seconds time, there'll be 2 hours remaining of the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour race here. It's nowhere near as sunny or warm as it was yesterday. It's a little bit overcast this morning, 10 o'clock here local time, heading towards the finish at midday. I do just want to give a little shout out, Tom, to somebody that's watching at home, and that's my boy.
Oh.
He's watching from back home.
As they say in the North East,
England.
war lad.
Yeah, well, he's not from the North East though.
No, I know,
Okay,
but
yeah.
these carts come from the North East.
It has, yes. So yeah, he's watching back home. My lad Joshua, who, if anybody's also joined and watched the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series on the TSK-Motorsport Media page, will know that he races in Honda Cadet, the reigning champion in Honda Cadet, actually heading into the 2024 season after a stellar season last year in the Honda Cadet class, winning 20 of 34 races last year in that Honda Cadet class at Teesside.
And because we're not on Todd's stream at the moment, you can be fair. You can be as unbiased as you like.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've always sort of played it straight down the middle. In fact, I've probably steered away from speaking about Joshua on the Teesside stream. You know, for want to stay impartial and certainly on the right side of the fence, but. And that often, Tom, gives me doesn't allow me to give him the credit that he's often due.
And tell him how immensely proud of him you
yeah,
are.
absolutely. You know, I think we saw that last year when it was very impulsive when he won the championship that I left the commentary box to go and congratulate him on his championship win. As I mentioned, I don't always give him the credit that he's due because of wanting to stay on the right side of impartiality. But he's developed into a very, very good driver. It's his final year this year into cadets. He'll move up into junior pro kart at the end of this season. And for 2025, he'll contest that championship with the long-term goal of coming here to Le Mans and racing. And at the British 24-hour race, that's the long-term goal of doing endurance racing for Joshua.
Oh, good. Good for him.
And like I say, Tom, he's very, very quick. You know, still, you know, to an extent, a work in progress. He's 11 years old.
That's what I was going to say.
You know,
Yes, he is very quick, but it's taken him a long time. It's taken him a lot of practice to get there.
He's
and
worked
he's
hard.
He does work hard, and he's making progress forward, and he takes a step forward every single weekend, whether it be a baby step or there have been weekends when he's taken giant leaps forward, where switches have been flicked.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he's right up there.
But
so
what that has done is that it's been an absolute pleasure to watch him go from being 26th out of 28 on a grid when he first started to winning his first final at Teesside in October 2022, having, you know, scored his first podium, then his first heat win to finally take the top step, and then going into 2024 when pre-season he said to me, "Dad, I think I've got a bit of a chance this year," and I went, "Yeah, I think you might as well." And to go on and win, you know, over half the races. You know, he won 20 races, Tom, last year, where nobody else in the Honda class won more than 4. You know, he was sensational last year, Tom, at Teesside in Honda, and, you know, immensely proud of the development that he's made. I don't want to go on too much about it, but, you know, really looking forward to the end of this season and seeing how he develops in the bigger chassis and where we can go with him as a driver. And hopefully in a few years' time we're still streaming here at Le Mans, and hopefully I'll get to commentate on him doing his first 24-hour race.
yes, and looking forward to that as well. I would chalk myself into that camp. What I would like to point out is quickest kart on circuit at the minute. Hold on a moment. Don't tease me. Is it spitting?
I don't think it is, but it doesn't look good.
We've just had a hand. I don't believe people.
Accurate weather says that it's starting in an hour and a half.
And we've got an hour and 56 minutes to go. The hand is out the side of the awning here. I think I'm being teased a little bit.
Look up. You're out of the awning as well.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
Just your
Yeah,
arm.
Look, I wanted to feel it. It lit my head. I feel it on my head more than anything. But anyway, so potential for a bit of rain in the air, and that could throw a spanner in the works. David's weather app says an hour and a half, so could throw in a spanner in the works. But what I was going to say is fastest kart on track at the minute, number 30, Dr. Vapes. And the reason they're the fastest kart on track at the moment is, one, they've got a very quick driver in, and two, they've got a double helping of slipstream from the first two karts in the race. They're stuck. They are sitting right behind kartevents.be and Teesside Tigers, and have been for around the last 10 laps, getting a double helping of slipstream from the two leaders and sitting in and working in behind them. So now we don't just have the front two working together, we've also got the 30 of Dr. Vapes, who have been well down the order due to mechanical issues, but they're sitting there as well and working with those front two, and now it's a train of three. Where are Dr. Vapes, David, at the moment?
They have.
And are they in the, by sitting there and working with those front two, are they in with a chance of gaining some places?
They are 54 seconds behind Bargain Racing, who are 20th and who are 4th in class. So Dr. Vapes, the 30 entry, is 5th in class at the moment.
And what lap times is Bargain Racing doing?
103, so they're gaining about half a second a lap of Dr. Vapes. Let's have a quick look who's in that one. Orange and black helmets. Harrison Kirkham in that kart at the moment, Tom.
I mean, genuinely doing a stellar job of sitting in behind the two leaders, and they are all three of them nose to tail. We'll see if we can pick them up on camera. We're looking at 73, Club 73 karting. It's our third place kart overall, second in elite. We'll see if we can pick up the two leaders. They're in that group of three. Where are they on circuit at the moment? They're just coming up to the S's now, just coming up to the chicane. There's
The chicane?
The 06 and the 1 and then the 30. So it's two karts with two drivers with orange helmets. Oh, here's Teesside Stig just walking past us, having done his bit for Bowel Cancer UK.
Yeah, just please tell me that you've seen the Fernando Alonso video.
Yes, of course I have,
France,
yes.
where he's going through the chicane.
You have a quick check on and then a slow check on.
So at the end of the street, we're leaving the stream set up. Cat wants you guys through the street.
So just try and pick them up on camera as well, just so we can show you how good a job that Dr. Vapes car is doing. As kartevents.be now start to make their way through the traffic of some lap traffic, and Dr. Vapes following Paul White of Teesside Tigers through in the same corner. So not allowing any gap to be created. And this is what I'm saying with that group of three. Here they are on screen with that group of three together. What they do is when kartevents.be pull to the inside, Teesside Tigers immediately follow them, and then Dr. Vapes immediately follow them. So through a right-hand corner, the kart that's on the outside gets passed by three karts, not just one. There's not a gap big enough for them to tuck in behind those three, or in between. They're coming through essentially as one kart. So Dr. Vape's got around about, 45 seconds, 50 seconds to catch up to Bargain Racing. 52 seconds, and that time around they were another 0.8 of a second quicker than Bargain Racing. So we're going to keep our eye on that gap.
Pit stops are going to be critical now, aren't they? If you can get a 2:35 rather than a 2:55, that's massive, isn't it now?
Yeah.
This is critical. This is where your team needs to be switched on. Your radio guy needs to be switched on. We don't want any 229s like Chrono got last time.
Exactly.
You need to be on the button.
And depending what your fuel economy is like, so we've got yellow flags up at turn 9 hairpin and back in again and rescinded almost as quickly. Depending what your fuel economy is like, if you're pitting now,
this could see you through.
It could see you through to the end. There isn't anybody pitting now, but there are a couple of teams ready, waiting for people. In fact, I'm going to go fishing, and Teesside Tigers looks like they're going to be one of them.
Yeah.
And let's see if they're going to go to the end now. I'll go and ask the question.
Yeah, Tom's off. I think they will be. We've seen teams running to 155s. I don't think anybody's pitting imminently, but they're here just in case, because if we get a full course yellow now, they're definitely going to box under full course yellow, and that's going to take them through until the end of this race. So from now until the end, everybody's going to have to pit one more time. There's nobody that's just come in, I think, with the exception, let's have a quick look, of JS Racing and LPBRT, who have both had a recent trip to the pits, that they should be able to get themselves to the checkered flag now. As it stands, everybody else is going to need to come in for at least one more stop. Club 73 have managed to go a little bit longer than we thought earlier on. We thought they might have an extra stop to do against Core Blimey Racing. It turns out that I don't think they will have. In particular with Core Blimey Racing having that elongated pit stop earlier on, where they had an exhaust issue that was getting fixed. So that's sort of dropped them out of contention for second place. Club 73 then now in a fairly comfortable third place overall, second in class for Club 73 karting. Top 3 then overall, kartevents.be, Teesside Tigers and Club 73 karting. So everybody now that we expect to pit, hopefully for them it will be the last time they come through the pit lane here at Teesside, at Le Mans. Well, not at Teesside for another month.
Well, speaking of Teesside Tigers are pitting in a few minutes, and that will be their last stop.
Well, JS Racing and LPBRT pitted at around about 1 hour and 52 to go. So we know that they can go that far, but that's risky tight, isn't it? Like naughty tight. They could be very, very close. If we get a drizzle of rain, that could save them, because that does bring the fuel economy up. For example, if it was raining now, we'd be getting 2 hour 10s stints on fuel. We could go longer, with them going slower. We'll see how this one pans out. Doesn't look particularly dark, does it?
No, but the sun has properly gone away to the point I'm actually taking my sunglasses off and I'm putting my normal glasses on.
I would go as far as saying, Tom, that the sun is not in the sky.
Oh, it's definitely in the sky. We just can't see it. At the moment, it's hidden behind quite a thick layer of high cloud. It's not the... David loves it when I say cumulonimbus. But it's not the big fluffy white ones at the moment that bring the rain.
I think we've figured out who's going to bring the Kart Events Belgian one to the checkered flag, Tom.
Yes. Just walked past us.
Siver is fully kitted up, helmet on, composed and ready to go. Jules Van Hall's done his part. Kenneth Neeson's...
You mean he's done his DJ mixing?
He is bringing his part to a close within probably the next 5 or 6 minutes, I would guess, because he's been out 1:36. They've got 1:46, 5 minutes for Kart Events Belgium.
I'll be interested to see whether they pit at the same time as Tigers. Whether they come in together and decide to go out together. Right. They are, of course, in 2 different classes.
Well, Tigers are further into this. They did a 1:44. They've been out 1 hour 44 minutes. and obviously Tigers are behind them and have been working to just push round with them. There's a lot of traffic coming up to the chicane. I'm interested to see where that Dr. Vapes 30 entry is. It's now right behind them. Teesside Tigers have fallen back a little bit.
Yeah.
As the Dr. Vapes entry is now right on the back. So Teesside Tigers have fallen off the back.
Who's in between them as well? And there's an MS Kart suit in between. Is that Academy?
Yes, it could be. Max Wilkinson in the Academy kart is just behind them as well. Paul White still on the train, but Paul's going to pit, I think, before the kart events Belgium. I'd be interested as well. Obviously, they've got a fuel. If Teesside Tigers can go long with this, Tom, I'd just wait for the Belgian kart to peel off into the pits and just, I'd be on the radio and go, whenever that pits, you pit with it.
Yeah, I would as well. And then, make sure that you go out together as well, even if it's 5 seconds longer to coordinate that. Be chatting away with them in the pit lane now and saying, look, when are you coming in? We're going to come in with you. We'll go out together. We'll work together as much as we can.
Tigers have got 7 laps on their class rivals. Gravel at 1, we've got a kart off at turn 1.
Well deep in the gravel as well, having to be dug out.
Yeah. We're not going to get the picture of it because I've got nobody to press the button behind me, but we've got a kart in the gravel at 1. Marshals are running. We've got waved yellows on the run up, so there'll be no overtaking, but
no sign of going full course yellow at the moment.
Driver's back in it, so he's rejoining up there at the first corner. Can we pick a number out from distance? Get the binos out, Tom.
No.
Could be TRX in the 276 entry. A very similar colour scheme.
Just waiting on the timing. Normally the timing will go red if they've
not triggered a sector.
Yeah, had a very long sector time.
That kart will be coming round and we'll expect to pit shortly. And we'll see the number anyway as they head up towards us here in our commentary position. Driver does indeed pit, and I think it is the 276. It is. It's TRX Racing entry. Will peel off into pit lane and to the holiday destination known as Gravel Bay.
God, if it's full of gravel, they'll have no issues making the weight, will they?
No.
Still do have to go over the weighbridge as part of it.
300 kilos.
As part of the pit stop procedure. Just having a look now. Oh, and there comes Tigers. Tigers are in. Teesside Tigers from second place.
Do you know what?
Overall into the pit lane.
He's got enough time that he could actually sit and wait for a lap and to find where the Belgians are and go out behind them if he wanted to. Because, yes, they're second, but they've got a lot of time back to Chrono Team Racing and JS Racing. We've got 7 or so laps in that class battle.
And it is going to be Paul White double stinting as well. Hands over, we're just commentating from what we can see here. Hands over the fuel cap as it gets fueled up. And he's just had a bit of a chat with Siebert as well.
Yeah.
From Kart Events Belgium.
Well, I think Siebert's obviously watched the last stint, hasn't he? He's going to be going again, yes, right, and I think
And I think there was a bit of a well done for keeping up with us and, and working with us rather than working against us.
Paul White then had a little bit of a crouch down because when you're karting, yes, you're moving your arms, you're moving your legs, but there's certain parts of your body that you're not moving the muscles. Let's say, for example, the sides of your body, certain parts of your
back.
Your glutes, the bottom of your back, are very rigid. That you want to limber up and just stretch out, and you could see that he sort of crouched down, didn't he, and just sort of eased himself back up again.
But what your back does as well is that's the part that your lower back is the bit that absorbs all of the impact. The suspension within your body is being.
You are the springs.
Yes, all of that shock and all of that vibration and everything is going through the very bottom of your spine. Of course, these cars have no suspension travel on them whatsoever. It's the tyres that have the up and down lateral motion only. Hang on, Seabert's on a run.
Yeah, their cart's in. So Kart Events Belgium, the race leaders are in the pit lane.
Oh, that'll be why he's running, because they're doing the driver change.
Yeah,
in the pit.
yeah, and they'll do driver change in the pit lane because they can't do it up here. They're
No,
not
I
allowed.
know, but what was he?
Radio. He'd be on the radio because he'd be on the radio to Kenneth in the cart, telling him that the fuel bay is now clear.
Of course, yeah,
so
yeah.
even though they've got what is now a 5-lap lead because Teesside Tigers have pitted, they're still not taking any chances of being held up in the fuel bay.
Well, a mechanical still is 2.5 minutes, which would put Teesside Tigers right back in it for the overall win.
This is elite level, and this is why they're an elite team. You know, definitely not their first rodeo. Well over 100 24-hour races.
That's what Seaver said to me yesterday, yeah.
Cumulatively, that'll be, between the three of them, at least 250 between Seaver, Kenneth Neesons and Jules Van Hall as a lineup. And the engine is not starting, and Kenneth's up and over his shoulder trying to start it himself. And they're missing an exhaust shroud as well. The exhaust is still on, and Kenneth he was offered some help and rejected the help and started the engine.
Went through the pit lane on one engine while starting it himself, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, they know what they're doing, don't they, really?
After 22 hours of racing, I don't think I could reach over my own shoulder, let alone pull a start.
I tell you what I've always struggled with post stint.
Standing up, talking, functioning in general.
No, the vacuum that is created in the fuel tank holds the fuel cap on tighter than what you've actually screwed it on. So it becomes very difficult to unscrew. And if your hands are very tired, gripping the fuel cap to unscrew it.
Yes, it's tough, isn't it?
It's fine here because you've got that minimum pit stop time. But at the British 24-hour, it's all about getting in and out of the pits as quick as you can. And I can guarantee I'll lose 3-4 seconds just trying to get the fuel cap off.
Max Wilkinson brings in the Teesside Academy car out of second place into the pit lane, rolls it down, and as he was rolling, it's downhill into the fuel bay, Tom. Engines are off as the cart's rolling in because you have to, so rather than stopping, turn your engine off, he's rolling it in with the engines off so he can just jump straight out. That's his day done. He'll hand it over to Pip Morris to bring that cart to the checkered flag. They'll drop down a few places, I think down to 13th overall throughout this pit stop, but then we'll get them back in due course. They're currently running P12.
And do you know who's currently nose to tail on track?
Tell me now, Tom.
Kart Events Belgium and Teesside Tigers.
Smart booking, Tom. They're alongside each other, though.
Yep, they are side by side going through
and
the S's.
Tigers is through.
Yeah.
But again, Club 73 are with them as well. The top three,
nose to tail,
on track are the top three overall, and Seaver is down the inside.
Paul White waved him through.
Yeah, and I think Paul White overtook him into the S's because Paul White had to. Because I think they got
so much more momentum.
Yeah, they got caught up behind some traffic down at 9, and then it was one of them where it's like you overtake so you don't have to lose speed, and down the inside of Paul White goes Clinton Bell. Don't think Paul White's going to be too worried by that.
No, the front, as long as he can hang on to Seaver, he's not going to be bothered at all.
I think that could be Chrono behind them as well in the 38, Tom.
I think you're right. I think
they've got a black Nauseo panel, so that we've got 4 of the top 5, I believe. We'll confirm it's Chrono when they come round.
I know
but
there's laps between them, but we've got a race on.
That's a high-speed quartet, isn't it? Oh, no, we've got an arm up. We've got a pits for one of them. It wasn't Chrono. It was Fats and Furious. Tubby and Angry are heading in for their final stop in the 971. They've had some good pace, although fallen away down to 17th place with...
Is 73 due a stop?
Yes, they are, Tom.
Because they're quick out of turn 1
yeah,
at the minute. I think they're looking light.
1 hour and 41, so they're going to be 6 or 7 kilos lighter than Seaver and Paul White in the kart events Belgium and Teesside Tigers kart, respectively. Not that we're going to take anything away from Clinton Bell.
No, no, far from it. It was just when they came out of turn 1, which of course is a
slow corner. He's picking up quicker, isn't he?
Yeah, much quicker. Yeah, and he was pushing him down between 1 and 2, and then pushing him again through turn 4. So, yeah, in those bottom end corners where you need the acceleration, that 73 kart very quick at the moment compared to the relatively heavy 2 karts around them.
His problem is going to be, if he's in the middle of that trio, which he's not now, Seaver's let him go.
Yeah.
100%. And I was about to say, if he remained in the middle of that, when he comes to pit, he's going to have to pit when he's right up behind the cart and get in that pit lane. He's going to have to go from racing speed to 15 kilometres in about 9 metres.
Yeah.
So it's better now that he's in front of Seaver. If not, I'd have dropped behind, give myself a bit of braking zone into that corner, because there's a risk of taking yourself out of contention. But we know now he's 7 or 8 he's
smart from
kilos
Seaver
lighter
as well,
yeah.
because he was getting taps in the rear from the 73. Will have been told most likely that they are light on fuel at the moment, and they are quicker.
Clinton
and here
Bell,
he is,
arm up,
arm
he's
up,
going to
straight
peel off.
in. Yeah, but smart from Seaver to let him through and use the slipstream of the quicker car.
Absolutely. So
lose time but gain it back in the long run.
Clinton Bell brings that 73 car in for what will be the final scheduled pit stop of Club 73 Karting's Le Mans 24-hour race. They could be on for a second consecutive podium, having won the Pro Class last year. Club 73 are currently sitting second in Elite, the first time stepping up here at Le Mans into the top class, and they could be stepping onto the podium, all being well, in an hour and a half's time.
And that should be a change for second overall as well. Of course, we don't do overall trophies here. It's just for your class. And but second overall, we do a little overall thing, but second overall will cycle back to Teesside Tigers, and indeed it does as they cross the line that time around.
Forecast, Tom, at the moment is saying chance of rain at 11:45.
Okay. Heavy?
I'm about 90 kilos.
And the sun's poking back through again now. Trying to, anyway. What's the temperature saying?
19 degrees.
Okay, so we're about 5 degrees down on what we were yesterday. I've still got my hoodie on. You've still got your jacket on.
Yes.
So it's not that warm yet.
No, the soft shell's staying on. Not quite ready for t-shirt yet.
How long does it say the rain's going to last? Is it going to be during our trophy presentation?
I don't know, but there'll definitely be spots of champagne.
True that.
Spraying the champers.
I'm going to let you fill for 30 seconds while I run over and see how full the gravel bin is, just because I'm nosy.
Yes.
And it'll give us something to talk about when I come back.
We didn't have too many full course yellows throughout the night with the gravel bin. So, but when we left, it was probably about a quarter full. And bearing in mind, it's over a metre in both length and width. So Tom's off to have a look. I don't think the first one that he's gone to look at's the gravel bin. I think it's the second one. Let's see whether he gives me an indication as to where it's look. He seems confused. And he's going to have a chat with Joanne Morris as to where all his gravel's gone. So have a quick look at the live chat. Thank you for everybody that is enjoying the show and is getting in touch with us via the live chat comments. Final push towards the checkered flag here for our teams with an hour and a half to go. Still expecting CBR 113 in the pits before the end of this race. Chrono team racing the French outfit, performing very, very well up in second place in class, having finished 8th in class last year and 22nd overall, heading towards the podium. And Nameless Motorsport as well. Mad Motorsport, we expect them to pit before the end, but beyond that, it's starting to look like anything beyond, we'll let you know, but anything beyond a certain time and it will be unscheduled for our teams. Tom, gravel bin update.
Nowhere near as full as we thought it was going to be.
It was a quarter full when we went home last night, and I was told we didn't have too many trips into the gravel throughout the night.
No, in one corner you can still see the bottom of it.
Oh, they might have emptied it.
No, I asked.
Oh.
It's not been emptied. Anyway, there is a lot in there, but what I would say is we might have to get Amy out with her broom because there is a lot of gravel still all over the mechanics bay,
is that what you were
under the
indicating?
bin.
Is that what you were looking over going, why is it still...
Yeah, chop.
Why are we still got some...
She's currently sat on the weighbridge doing the job there. But yes, there is a lot still scattered around. So it will probably go up by around 50% by the end of this weekend. Just under 90 minutes to go now. Should we do a full rundown?
Yeah, why not?
Do you want to do it? Your silence fills me with enthusiasm. Shall I do it?
No, it's all right. I'll take... do you know what? We'll go... We should do it like they do the British on the grid, where they do the 6 each.
I'll tell you what.
I'll do the top half.
You do it, and I'll make the brews.
Yeah, go on.
Is that fair enough?
Yeah, go on.
Right, I'll get you a brew.
Good. Would you take that for me as well?
And party.
Yes, thank you very much. Right. He's set me to work, so I best do as I'm told. Yeah. He's just asked me, do I want a coffee? Yes, I do. Not to keep me awake. I just like it, basically. Right, with an hour and a half and most of our final scheduled pit stops out of the way, the full order as it stands. Kartevents.be lead with a gap of 4 laps back to Teesside Tigers and Club 73 Karting. Corblimey Racing, the 113 in 4th place. Chrono Team Racing are in P5 and on the podium in class, joined by JS Racing, provisional 3rd, and on the podium in Pro. Le Petit Bouchons are in P7 with Nameless Motorsport P8, Mad Motorsport P9, and then our leading clubman runner, BKRT Yellow, in P10. Titan Motorsports have had anything but a trouble-free run, but are still going strong in 11th, with Teesside Academy on the podium in club as it stands in 2nd place in that class, 12th overall in front of Newmarket Hornets. Club 73 TTR will round out the podium as it stands provisionally 3rd in class, 14th overall in front of BKRT Red, and Optimum Motorsport in 16th place. CBR 213 are 17th in front of Fats and Furious Internationals, with LMS and Dr. Vapes completing the top 20. Bargain Racing, the 241 are in 21st in front of King Brothers Racing and Team Rango, the Dutch entry, with Team Ard in 24th. Dr. Vapes 25th, their racing number 60 entry, the second of the 2 karts in 25th. MKT are in 26th place in front of Apex Twin and the first of the Met Police Motor Club karts, the 999, in 28th. TRX Motorsport 29th with TVP Racing in 30th place. They're just leaving the pit lane to complete their final pit stop in front of Cole Clark Racing and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in 32nd. FP4 are 33rd with CBR in 34th place. CBA Motorsport, JJH Motorsport, and then the second Met Please entry in 37th. Then it's Bowel Cancer UK, Club 73 Pro, and Apex Twin Selected Works are in 40th place. Tusha Racing are in 41st in front of Shopping Carts and Club 73 AM. Your final runner on track of our 43 entries. Every kart that started the race still circulating here at Le Mans with an hour and 25 to go in the 2024 running of the Le Mans 24-hour kart race. Going to dip into our live chat with Tom Porter saying good to see Mr. Marison Sr. on track for FP4. Just to note if Marison Jr. is in the 43 kart to finish. Well, let me have a little look to see who's taken that kart back out on track. We get our commentary position. You can just about see us, actually. If you have a look at the building there in the background, we're pretty much just below where this camera position is. There's a big white awning, that's where our mechanics are working. Then there's a smaller blue awning to the side, which is where you will find me and Mr. Butterworth when he comes back. But we'll find out where that 73 entry is and also who is in that kart at the moment. Clinton Bell was in it for what would have been the penultimate stint for that 73 kart. It's actually it's Alex Cass who's going to bring the 73 Club 73 kart to the checkered flag. So won't be Michael Maris and Alex Cass in that one to the checkered flag for the 73.
Sun's still trying to come out, David.
It is. I can smell that coffee now, Tom, entering the nostrils in a
beautiful.
In what I would say is peak enjoyment for myself right now. The 27 picks up a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That's TVP Racing. Will keep them in 30th place, but drops them closer to Cole Clark Racing in 31st place. So, having a quick look, Ben Wilson's on, saying he's seen some track limit infractions. We should maybe get him on VAR. What he'll be meaning there is maybe outside of turn 2 and outside of turn 9, drivers will probably be putting all four wheels over the curbs. There is actually like a secondary curb. It's concrete and it's quite flat on the outside of there. So generally, that's what you'll find. Tom and I are just enjoying our trip to Le Mans with a couple of selfies in the commentary box.
Oh, sorry.
Although, to be fair, Tom's just sent that one to his wife. Whereas I'll be keeping that one for just for myself.
For Insta.
Absolutely, that one's definitely going on the gram.
Answer to your earlier question what my official title is. I've just been text messaged. My official title is Boss Lady.
Boss Lady, there we go.
Boss Lady.
Kat has informed us her official role here, official title, Boss Lady.
What did you think it was?
Well, pretty much Boss Lady, yeah. It was about 9 different roles. I think it's well summed up by Boss Lady.
Director of everything and everyone.
What's the French for everything? Everything.
Yeah, she's definitely chef de piste.
Chef de piste.
She's definitely the chef de piste.
I thought that was Paul. Is Paul just the piste? That was a good laugh, that
Well
one.
done, mate.
Yeah, I just like the way you do it.
I'm rarely speechless, but yeah, you've done that. That's a good one, that.
Sorry, Paul. You feel that thing in your back? It's a knife. I'll have it back later.
He's not there.
No.
I thought he'd be in the seat behind the door, but he's not.
I'm sure someone will text him. We're feeling the clip round me ear as he walks past.
Drop kick in the back.
An hour and 20 minutes to go here, and I mean, we've had some fun, haven't we? We've enjoyed this one.
Yeah.
It's not.
I think we said yesterday, didn't we, that we've got the yellow, we've got gravel at 1, we've got a driver off at turn 1.
Grey suit, white helmet, is that? Am I looking at?
Yes, there it is.
What's that? It's definitely not one of our leaders.
It's FP4. FP4 are in the gravel.
They've had some adventures at turn 1 in the last couple of hours.
Yes, they've been in that. It's not the first time in there, is it?
No, and they've been spun at that corner as well.
I think Glenn Marrison, your driver for FP4.
I think they're looking for a cut through down the pit straight and get them onto the turn 6 for every lap that they're completing. They'll just park it on the infield and then rejoin. They don't have to do one and two.
There is a cut. There isn't a halfway down.
Yeah.
We watch the higher carts here use a different layout that keeps them away from the gravel traps, which we might have to do. So we're going to follow Glenn round because I think Glenn will be peeling off into the pit lane at the end of this lap.
Sun's out, David.
It is, isn't it?
I'm calling it. I mean, there's still a few hazy clouds in front of it, but
Not
sun.
taking your hoodie off, though, are you?
No, not yet. I've rolled my sleeves up though. I'm halfway there.
There's Glenn coming into the pit lane to have the gravel deposited from his cart.
Oh, hang on. We say that, and we joked about them being underweight or massively over the weight limit when they're full of gravel. But he did have to have a couple of checks there with the FP4K cart. We're just waiting on some mechanics for the Bay de Gravel to appear and empty it out.
Oh, there we go. In fact, I think they've got a team member. I think he's helping. He's joining in. Good work.
Just remember the penalties for telling people how to do their jobs. Should we just give that as a little refresher? Offering advice on how to do our jobs. This is in the rules section.
Yeah,
penalties section.
it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's still...
For the mechanic bay, it's a £20 fine. If you offer advice on how to do our jobs to the clerk of the course or the race director, the chef de piste or the boss lady, I'll throw those into the mix as well, £50 fine.
I always tell the clerk how to do his job, and he tells me what I can do with my opinion.
As we said yesterday, you're entitled to your opinion. Everyone is entitled to their
Even if
opinion,
it's wrong.
even when it's wrong.
Right, who hasn't done their last stop yet?
Me,
There is that.
definitely.
Mad Motorsport, they need a pit stop. Titan are in now, getting theirs done. Owen Genman in that cart.
We'll see who's jumping in for the final stint of that one once it cycles through, and we get them coming in front of the commentary position.
Taking it nice and steady through pit lane, which is
Let's see
good.
what teams down the order are on the same lap as each other. We've got MKT and Apex Twin, 26th and 27th. They're on the same lap.
25 seconds between them. Further up the order, LP BRT are on the same lap as JS Racing, and we've got 3 teams. Titan, who are going to drop down slightly, but they're on the same lap as Teesside Academy and Newmarket Hornets. Cole Clark are also on the same lap as TVP. So it's still quite tight. And right down the tail of the order, Tom, Club 73 Am, who have been the perennial wooden spoon holders, have moved up to 42nd. They've obviously put the quicken in to bring it. They're going to have to pit before the end, I think, unless they're going to do a 2-hour 20 final stint. But they have moved up. That Club 73 Am. And Club 73 Pro are...
they've still got 12 laps to catch up on Bowel Cancer UK.
It's a big ask.
It is a big ask. And I don't think a stint by Jack Morris will have helped that cause particularly much.
No, he's in now, though.
He is, yes.
Yes, we've parked him up. We've put him on a sack barrier corner in case we need to wheel him out again.
Yeah, they've currently got him strapped
He's
to,
on ice.
to a sack barrier like Hannibal Lecter. You're not allowed back out, Jack. Not for a while, anyway. Your work is complete. Hang on, David nips off for a comfort break. His own version of a pit stop. We'll see whether he makes it back in 2.5 minutes, shall we? Just you an idea, viewers. Let's have a little dip into the comments section. Good to see Mr. Marison Senior on track for FP4. Harrison Jr. in the 73 car to the finish. Let's confirm that with David, who was taking the final stint. I was off making a brew at the time when he was discussing that one. And Tom Porter saying, yeah, definitely should get involved next year. And yes, you definitely should. Definitely should be getting involved where you can, but get in touch through the comments section. Of course, if you do want to leave a comment and you find you are unable to, click the subscribe button and a little bell icon as well, if you could. About 5 minutes later, you'll be able to leave us a comment. Say hello. Tell us where you're watching from. We are, as usual, we have a little competition to find out who's watching from the furthest point away. Don't lie to us. There's no point in lying. There's no prizes on offer, except for pride. But yeah, let us know where you're watching from. We've got our racers who we think are based furthest away from the track in Chukta Racing, the 73 car. They've come all the way from the very north of Scotland, which, as I said, is it's unusual that someone travels here from further away than I have, but they're even further north than I am. Oh, David has appeared with his sausage in hand. Thought it was a lengthy stop. No, he's back. He's chomping on some breakfast. Didn't bring me any. You'll notice. Ashley Evans is watching from Dubai, David, and thanks us for our legendary commentary. Thank you for being with us.
I didn't
Ashley.
bring you anything, so I didn't want to grab your sausage. You can grab your own.
Bill Wilson's watching from Newcastle. I just threw it out there to see who was watching from the furthest away.
We're watching from about 30 metres away, which is how far we're from.
Dubai's currently
the final
winning.
Corner. Oh.
Where's Michael. Michael.
I don't think it's Michael Burke, but I don't
Burke.
think he's discovered TSK-Motorsport Media yet.
No, I don't think he has
I
either.
think
But
I think he's loyal to our previous employers, who I'm working for next weekend.
yeah, he's he normally comments, and he lives near Bathurst, doesn't he?
He does, ah.
He does.
He does, ah.
Yeah, so he's normally with us as well. So Dubai currently winning. Again, let us know where you're watching from. Decent track in Dubai.
Yes, it is. I'm familiar with it from Project Cars. On
No,
the,
the kart track.
Oh yeah, I thought you meant like the international, the proper, like the car track. I was like, I'm familiar with that from Project Cars.
Yes.
Yeah, it's got a, it's got a bridge on it, like PF.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. Speaking of Project Cars, you know that Spa kart track was on there, but under the guise of an Irish track, which I couldn't really wrap my head around.
The thing with that is that you can take a car on it as well.
It was only once I'd driven Spa kart track that I then went, oh, this one looks a bit familiar. Oh, I know this track.
Yeah, which is, again, it's another.
But without that knowledge of actually driven Spa kart track,
It's another
I'd never
car
have
track
clocked.
that's in the middle of a car track, isn't it?
Yes.
It's on the.
It's
on
at
the run up
Stavelot.
to, yeah, it's between Stavelot on the run up towards Blanchimont.
Yeah. You can see it often, certainly for the helicopter shots of races that take part there. It's and I'm going to throw it out there. It's my favourite track in the world that I've driven on so far.
Kart track.
Yeah,
What's mine?
it's very fast, very flowing, and for some reason I did quite well there. I had pace, not as fast as some others, as always.
Ooh.
I mean, there's always someone quicker than me, but yeah, relative to my class, I was quick.
Yeah, apparently Alonso often drives at the kart track in Dubai. Tom Porter's watching from
he
just
lived in
outside
Oxford.
of Dubai in the Isle of Wight. So
Okay.
it's just round the corner.
It is just round the corner. Yeah.
If you've got a really small globe and you spin it quickly.
If you got one of those planes from Top Gun 2, it's a short hop, isn't it? At Mach 10.
I want to know whereabouts in the Isle of Wight because I'm very familiar with it. It's probably my favourite place
With the grassy bit.
in the world. I genuinely love the Isle of Wight. We've been on a number of occasions on holiday and absolutely adore the place.
One place I've never been to the Isle of Man either.
You're not?
No.
No, neither have I. I said that as like a surprise. Like, have you never been? Me either.
But yeah,
No, let me know whereabouts, Tom, because I
Me?
adore the place. I always say,
I've just told you I've never been.
I keep saying to my wife, I've moved to the
Oh, you
Isle
mean
of
Tom
Wight,
Porter?
and she likes it as well, but she's not willing to move quite so far away from her family.
Well, family tensions aside, no, I've never been to the. Is there a kart track there?
Yeah, but it's not like Dubai.
Okay.
It's like one of them that if you get it like an inch wrong, you're in a mountain of tyres that were strapped to a Austin Montego in the 80s.
I can tell you a track that I've never driven on, but I 100%, if I had driven on it, would become my favourite track in the whole world, regardless of how well I go there. And that's Jesolo in Italy.
Ah.
And the reason is I've been on holiday there. Before I got into karting, I went on holiday there. And the track is about half a mile inland from the Adriatic Sea and a beautiful beach. Lido di Jesolo is the little resort town that it's in, and it's a proper little Italian beach town. And incredible, absolutely incredible. And I've been trying to get Kat and various other championships that we're associated with, to go and have a round over there. Partly so I could go on holiday once again, but also combine it with some karting.
Yes.
It will be the best venue for a weekend of karting that I'll have ever been to.
We spent a few days at the man-made beach resort of Brits Hotel Le Cottage.
here at Arnage, but it's honestly, Jesolo is an amazing town to be at, and the kart track is world class as well. So put those two together, and that would be the best weekend, I think.
So Tom's been back in touch. He lives near St Helens, which is on the
near Liverpool.
No, it's not. It's in the Isle of Wight. It's near Bembridge.
It's near Liverpool.
Yeah, but it's not. Oh,
no, it is. I've been.
Which is lovely.
I've been to St Helens.
Yeah,
I've never been to the Isle of Wight.
I've stayed at St Helens, and I've stayed at Shanklin. It's the east side of the island is lovely, and hopefully I want to go back there. We've got yellow flag out stationary because we were collecting what appears to be something off a cart. It looks like
lead.
Could be a bit of lead, couldn't it?
That is lead.
Which means that potentially someone could come in underweight.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on that.
Yes, we will see. Alexander van der Woede has been on.
Oh, has he? Genuinely, that's excitement from me. That's not me being sarcastic. Alexander...
Is it when you go, ooh? Who?
No, Alexander van der Woede has put videos on YouTube of his onboard laps. And that's how I learnt the circuit for our race here last year. Was watching Alexander's videos on YouTube. Thank you, Alexander, for your contribution to YouTube content. Thank you for helping me learn the track. What's Alex got to say?
Apparently they do a 24-hour at your favourite track.
He's hoping that we go to Jesolo.
Yes. Apparently they do a 24-hour there.
Do they?
Yeah. They do.
Yeah, but not in these carts. They'll be in the Sodi ones, won't they? The corporate ones.
24 hours, isn't it? It's like...
Yes and no. No, I mean, 24 hours is 24 hours.
I
There's no disputing that.
I believe it was.
But there are 24-hour races, and then there are 24-hour races.
I believe it was the famous philosopher Molly May who said everybody has the same 24 hours in a day.
Okay.
You've no idea what I'm talking about.
Not a clue at all.
That's wonderful.
Who's Molly May?
She was on Love Island.
Was she?
Yeah. Yellows are out. Cole Clark Racing are off at turn 2. He's in the carts. He's in, out.
Shake it all about.
Out. He's going to push it out.
But yeah,
Quadman's coming.
I want us to go there. I want us to go and do a 24-hour at Jesolo.
This is what... Yesterday he'd have pushed that out.
Yeah, without
an issue. But, now he's...
very tired.
Yeah, that engine stopped. That's why he probably couldn't drive it out under his own power.
One, no. Two, no. Three, no. There we go. We've done enough no-no-nos, and now we're going.
That wouldn't have started without you no-no-noing, Tom.
No, that's true.
Not at all.
Eddie Izzard used to do a great bit of that, where he'd say, like your lawnmower, it took 3 attempts to start, and it would go, one, no. 2, no, don't think so.
Oh, wonderful. Into the live chat as well, Paula T, watching from Brayburn Lees near Ashford in Kent, watching Toby Tozer in the 273 Club 73 Pro move up from 43rd to 39.
Not far off being able to swim here.
No, in his first Le Mans. Got Cookie Monster watching from Littlehampton in West Sussex.
Another one not far off being able to swim here.
They're probably
They're getting closer, not further away.
Watching bosses from Team Titan Motorsport. Anthony's chatting with his mate Joe on WhatsApp. We're watching in Sydney, Australia, so we are getting further away now.
Ah, there we go.
They've raced twin Hondas together and have a 24-hour coming up in November.
Birmingham with better weather, Sydney.
This is a bit. Had to wait 5 minutes, but I'm from Sydney, Australia, because in order to comment,
He's
you
had
have
to
to
subscribe, right.
and then wait 5 minutes. It's how we get around the naughty bots.
Who is it from Sydney? What?
That's
yeah.
a right score at Scrabble.
Yeah, definitely. Right, okay. Have you ever been here to Angleterre? Well, not here to Angleterre, but have you ever been to Britain? And have you been to Birmingham? If you have,
Why?
it's like being in Sydney.
Yes, it is.
Have you been to Sydney?
No, but I've never. No.
It genuinely, I went, it was 14 degrees. They all drive on the same side of the road as Britain. The cars are 9 out of 10 are the same as we get over here. And it genuinely looks like the centre of Birmingham.
Oh. I thought that you were being sarcastic.
No.
And I was wrong.
What I would clarify is, when you're on the Harbour Rocks bit and you can see the Opera House and you can see the bridge, it's amazing. You're sat in a postcard.
Yes.
It is incredible. But once you walk 100 yards inland, there's skyscrapers everywhere and you can't see anything. And it genuinely looked and felt like Birmingham. I would never been more underwhelmed at visiting a city in my life.
You've insulted a lot of people, and you
Well,
carry
being
on.
honest.
Just quickly, Mad Motorsport have been through and pitted for the final time. Andy Besley in that car at the moment will more than likely hand it over, I think, to Adam Deans to take that to the checker, but we will confirm when they come out on track. Still waiting for CBR in the 113. They've been on track for an hour and a half as we tick over the 23-hour mark here at Le Mans. We're down to 2 digits. 59 minutes to go in the 2024 running of this event. And CBR currently coming through the chicanes have got Ollie Davis, the pole man, on board, the driver that started this race for them and is very likely, I think, to double stint this time. I think that they're another team that have done 2 drivers throughout the night, pretty much on a back-to-back, and exiting the pit lane, it's not Adam Deans in the Mad Motorsport car. It would appear that it's Harry Roddis is going to take that kart to the checkered flag. As we have a look at our pit lane, Teesside Academy and Optimum Motorsport next to each other in the pit lane. Driver with his hands on his head there, Jared Fox-Whiteley. To his left, Max Wilkinson. To his right, Lewis Goff. And when we were talking earlier, Tom, when we were saying about teams and youth, you can see there the youth in the drivers as we follow down the rest of the pit lane. There's Cole Clark Racing with their flags. We've got one on either side. Members from JJH. You can see already teams beginning to pack down what would be deemed as non-essential items.
Anything that's not going to keep them in the race, or if they've got a spare driver, that will be they will keep their kit out. Everybody else will clear
I'm not sure
the pit bay.
Look at that. I don't know what is that. Clinton Bell trying to catch an imaginary football.
He's trying to see if he's on camera.
He should have been down with us at the beach. And
he's one of those that's looking at the big screen and waving rather than looking at the camera. I like the Dr. Vapes pit board as well that was out there.
Yes. There we go. More information.
P20 plus 11. So that was, what, 52 seconds before, wasn't it? So the gap is down to 11 seconds for Dr. Vapes.
Mad Motorsport speeding in the pit lane. And the 19 of Cole Clark have been given a penalty for going 2 minutes and 12 out of the pit lane rather than 2 minutes and 30. So
Who was speeding in the pit lane?
Mad Motorsport.
Oh. So that's their first issue for a long time.
There they are.
They've been steadily climbing from a great starting position and a great first hour of the race, probably half hour at the very least. They were flying along, and then the trouble started, and then they've run trouble-free for the next 22 and a half hours.
Only 11 of our karts now, Tom, that haven't been given a penalty for one reason or another, in terms of either exiting the pits too early or speeding in the pit lane.
And who is the front runner of our penalty-free teams?
Club 73 Karting in 3rd place.
There you go. There you go. The kart events.be 1 lap.
Yes, they were judged to have sped in the pit lane in the middle of the night.
Seaside Tigers 1 lap.
2 for Tigers.
2 for Tigers plus a trip to the gravel.
Yes, they were early doors, weren't they? Their issue.
That hour 4 or 5, I think, for their gravel. But again, they and their 2 penalties, they came pretty quickly, one after the other, didn't they?
They did, yes. Core Blimey Racing will pit for the final time from 3rd place in class at the moment. We'll see whether LPBRT can close up. They are 1 lap and almost 2 laps down. It's going to be really, really close, Tom, to see whether Core Blimey Racing drop down to 6th place. They're currently in P4. They had a exhaust issue earlier on. Looking at who's there for that kart, I think either Ollie Davis will finish this or he'll hand it back to his brother Matt to take it to the checkered flag. We will confirm in due course. The ones for me that are quite tight, Tom, JS Racing in 5th they've been out and they're pitting. No, they're not. They've been out an hour and they've got 53 minutes left. That's an hour 53. That's close to potentially running out of fuel.
Close, yeah.
But they're gonna have to lift and coast, I think.
I'll tell you who's feeling confident. Paul Franklin.
Yeah.
The pit bay, the mechanics bay, is slowly being packed down. Non-essential items.
Yes. Well,
however, I'm waiting for that gazebo to go down and then it start raining.
Well, yes. So
how are we doing weather-wise?
When you were saying confident, you don't mean confident that we're not going to have any more mechanicals. He's feeling confident. Now it says rain in 61 minutes and we've got 55 to go. We could get to the flag without anything, and then what we're going to need after that is an incredibly quick trophy presentation. Or we're going to get wet.
Yes, mildly moist. How are we doing in the comments?
Good.
Are we?
Yes.
Well, read some out then.
Chris Lee is watching from Colchester, saying go on Harrison Kirkham and go Dr. Vapes. Well, they've had 1 or 2 mechanical gremlins, but they've been very quick. Once again, have Dr. Vapes, who finished on the podium last year in class.
They were running nose to tail at one point, the 2 teams, and then in the last stint they went out and they were running behind Teesside Tigers and kart events.be, literally nose to tail with the front 2 and holding on to the back of them very, very well.
Anthony's been on. He says never been to Birmingham, but will check it out on his way to Teesside in the future.
Oh yeah, do it. Yeah, good night out in Birmingham though.
Don't go out your way.
Take your stab vest with you.
Yeah, don't go out your way. Candy Floss is back with us, Tom, after seeing us yesterday, as all the awning is being moved and will be dismantled shortly.
They are feeling confident, these
as,
chaps, aren't they?
Met Police come in for a pit stop, in for fuel for the final time. Asking how has the 87 got on? Well, I think their drivers have probably are very fatigued, because Teesside Stig, Jack Morris, who's our test driver, took that car out for a stint earlier on after they requested a little bit of assistance in hoping to get that cart towards the checkered flag. So Jack took the cart out for them. And then handed it over earlier on. They then, upon receiving that cart, went down the pit lane too quickly, exited after 2 minutes and 22 seconds, and picked up a 2-lap penalty. Currently running in 38th place, but more importantly, still out on track and heading towards the checkered flag, as is all of our runners. Still all 43 carts heading to the checkered flag here. We've still got a full complement of entries.
I had to just run off there because I was just grabbing someone for our next interview.
Oh, we've got more interview.
Well, we've got a person coming to have a quick chat with us.
Person of interest
Yeah.
to us or the Met Police.
Currently second in the elite class and got four teams running this weekend.
Oh.
So thought we'd just have a chat with them and find out what the situation was, since he's managing all 4 teams.
Where's he gone? Has he gone to manage his teams?
Gone for a quick comfort break, so I hope he washes his hands.
Well, lovely. There's your race leader on screen then, Siver Fafeli in the kart events Belgium entry, the 06, leading the way, taking that kart to the checkered flag. Anybody that... Oh, let's have a quick look.
I was going to say the humidity out here has gone right up. The moisture in the air is definitely rising. You can feel it as I just went out. It's almost like soup.
Right.
The air is rather thick at the moment.
Apex Twin still need to carry out their final scheduled pit stop, as do CBA Motorsport, I believe, although they could probably get to the checker if they do a little bit of lift and coast. They've been out for an hour and 7 with 49 remaining. They could get there. They might need to splash and dash. Apex Twin selected works. They definitely need to pit. They've been out for an hour and 23. So I think, Tom, we've got at least 3 teams that need to carry out scheduled stops. We've got at least 2 teams inside the top 10 that are going very, very close to the edge of the fuel envelope. Corblimey Racing 213, unscheduled stop, is on the mechanic stand. We've still got one mechanic stand here. Corblimey Racing in the pits. The 213 entry is currently in 17th place, having dropped down now from 16th where they came in. They dropped behind Optimum Motorsport and into the clutches of Fats and Furious International and LMS. Problems for that kart at the moment. The rear heat shield is going back onto that kart.
So it's not been a lengthy stop, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Pretty quick. How long has it been in the pits now?
2 minutes and 5, so they're probably going to lose. Well, they've lost time. That's the they've lost time because it's unscheduled for the 213.
You can see it perfectly now on camera. Now that the awning has gone,
You can see clearly now. The awning has gone. I won't sing again. We'll
Thanks.
lose viewers. They could be fueling that. They are. They're going to give it a splash. Don't think they'll fill it. Just enough to get, just as they calculate, just enough to get it to the end, basically.
right, just gears half a tank.
Gears a tenner's worth.
They head round now over the speedy dry and get those engines refired, which they do quickly, and take it steady down pit lane. You don't want a speeding penalty at this point in the race. Well, you don't want a speeding penalty at any point in the race.
I've just seen T-Side Stig lob a chair onto the ground, sink into it with his arms by his side. As if to say,
I'm done.
That's me done.
Yeah.
Like mentally and physically done. Until a month's time, anyway, because he's racing he's racing in the British 24 with Max Plant.
Is he?
He is. That's another team of youth.
So that'll be Max Shields with Jack Morris and hang on a minute. Who do they normally race with? Seb Pereira?
Seb Pereira. Thomas Braid will be in that kart as well. They will have. What's his name?
I don't know.
It's lost me, but I know him because I was speaking to him at Clay Pigeon a few weeks back.
What's his name? I don't know. Look at how far left the carts are going now. The entry into 9.
Yeah, it's Ronnie Smith who races in the Mini Challenge and Fiestas. He's really, really good, Ronnie Smith. And they'll have a guest driver in there as well who will be moving out of another BPEC team into there just for the 24 in Blake Checkett. So they're going to have a 6-driver lineup. That strong, youthful team as well. Jack's probably going to be the most experienced driver in that. Nice warm-up for him this weekend.
Do you want to have a chat with Clinton, or do you want me to have a chat with Clinton?
You can have a chat with Clinton because you lined this one up, Tom.
Okay.
So it's all good. And I'm off to ask some questions, and I'll be back with some info shortly.
Okay. Just while there's a bit of a change here in the commentary box. Let's have a quick look at the live chat. Oh, Candy Floss is back on. Welcome back. As well, so just having a quick look there. Stick them cans on your ears, Clinton. Can you hear me now? Hear me now, Shabba. Try and get that a little bit closer there.
Thank you.
Give me a check, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2.
That's better. Right, now you're in. Okay. So, second overall in Elite, making the step up. Let's talk about the leading entry first before we go on to the other ones. The one that you've been in.
Yep.
And you were just out in for the last stint.
Yep.
And a good stint it was as well.
Thank you very much. It was okay.
You're very welcome. It was good. We watched you overtake the race leaders.
I did that.
At one point.
I needed to get that in.
Yeah. Oh, I've done it. I've done it.
I can sign off now. I can sign off.
Oh, no, we did see that. Yeah, like 2 laps later, straight in. yeah. You're not coming back through because I'm in the pits.
Yes, bye-bye.
But no, good stint for 73. So Clinton is the team manager here of all 4 Club 73 entries for this year. So it was 3 entries last year, 4 entries this year, and out there racing at the same time as well, and trying to manage a kart track in Kent as well at the same time while here. So a busy man, probably the busiest man in the paddock except for Jack Morris.
Yeah,
but Paul Franklin.
Yeah.
A busy old time here, but so 2nd overall in the elite class, 3rd overall in the race, making the step up from winning the pro class last year into the elite class, and obviously that's gone well, thankfully, for this event.
We'll take it.
So talk us through it. What's been going on? Let's talk about 73 first, and then we'll come on to the other entries.
We're obviously testing. We had few teething problems, but we always come here with no expectations. We'll do what we can do, is just get the kart finished, get it over the line. But obviously as the hours go by, you sort of suddenly realise, okay, we're in with a shout here. I went to bed, I think it was about 12 o'clock, and we were in the lead by 2 laps. So I went to sleep happy, woke up 4 or 5 hours later. We'd had a bit of a mechanical, one of those things in endurance racing. And now we're just trying to get it to the finish. You've got some quick boys at this event every year. try and work with each other, and let's just get to the finish line, and what will be will be.
Yeah, 100%.
That's up the lead team, as we sort of call it. We just try and keep consistent, keep out of trouble, no gravel visits, and look after the kart really.
No penalties.
No, oh yeah, I think
The leading car with zero karts with 0 penalties.
Yes, yeah, yes, we've done all
It
right.
just shows
this
what
year.
you can do if you keep your nose clean. We've got a yellow flag out on the entry to
We've probably
turn
jinxed us
7.
now, and it's probably
I think we've got a
73.
slow kart recovering. I'm just trying to get who that is. Coming through the hairpin now. Looks like are they back up to speed again? No, it's still hardly slow. I think it's FP4. I think that's the FP4 karts coming back in. Looks like it is.
Yeah, we know those guys as well. They've had a few trips in.
Yeah, they've not had the best of weekends. I think it's
No.
fair to say. Tricky time. But yeah, back in once more, and a shame for them.
Oh yeah, another mechanical.
And they are currently 34th overall. It can happen. It can run near enough trouble-free through the whole race, as some teams have done. You can get struck down with just one little mechanical gremlin,
Yes.
or as we found out last year, you can have about 12.
12's quite low.
Yeah, we had we had about 4 or 5 last year, and but you know we just kept resetting ourselves.
The funny thing is, I was just talking to Titan Motorsport.
They've had a difficult weekend.
Yeah, in qualifying they said their kart was a little bit off the pace, but then it started to come good.
Well, they swapped it, didn't they?
Yeah.
They swapped it for
Oh, I was talking to one of the drivers, and he said he seemed to be off the pace. The kart's going slow, and then his team manager come over and went, "Oh, we're back into the low 102s," and he was like, "Oh, maybe it's my fault then." It's like, the kart's fine.
We got another one off here. Looks like, yeah, the exit of 5, which is a weird place to go off. It's the exit of turn 5. I see a lot of people off there. That's one of the
Number
Apex
3,
Twin
isn't it?
karts. Yeah. So 73's run near enough trouble-free, certainly penalty-free, which is great to see. Who have you got in the kart?
At the moment, is Alex Cass. He's actually a part-time racer who does this race and that's it.
Okay.
Doesn't race throughout the year. He's had time off from racing.
Oh, so he's like a Le Mans ringer.
Yeah,
He
is.
just turns up for this one race.
Yeah, he does this every year. He's actually taken a year out, so he won't be here next year. I normally finish the race every year, but I thought I'd be nice and let him take the flag this year.
Fair enough.
Yes. I was going to pull rank, though. If we were going to win the overall, then I was going to have to pull rank.
And who else have you got driving for you as well?
So it's me, Alex Cass, got Ben Johnson, Michael Marison.
Jen Bonson?
Ben Johnson.
John Benson?
Yeah, Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson. Stop it now. Now you've lost my train of thought. Michael Marison, Megan Quirk, and that's it. It's just team 5 this year.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a team of 6 last year, but one of the drivers.
Well, I've already upgraded you to 7 because you've got John Benson and Jen Bonson.
I'm going to go down there and look for him now, aren't I? He's
Look
out
for
next.
John Benson.
Yeah, John Benson, you're out next for the last stint.
Yeah.
You can take the flag.
Yeah. And make sure Jen Bonson puts the weight on, puts the lead on the cart.
They are brothers.
Yeah. So right, run us through the other teams then. What's their races been like?
Yeah, so we're actually, I do believe, 3rd in clubman class with Club 73 TTR.
Yeah, the 473. They were leading for a very, very long time.
Yeah, so
their class.
Their engines are starting to get a little bit slower, but they've got a 10-lap lead on 4th.
Okay.
So I've sort of advised them that just look after the kart, bring it home. You've got a big lead.
I just want to bring attention to Dr.
Dr.
Vapes that we were
Vapes.
looking around an hour ago. We're closing in on Bargain Racing. They've actually made that position change now, and climbed inside the top 20
8
of
laps.
Dr. Vapes. So they were flying along. They were able to keep up with the 2 leaders, and the 3 of them were working together as a train for about 20 laps or so.
Harrison
Yeah.
Kirkham.
And that really helped them catch up, and yeah, they finally managed to overhaul Bargain Racing. So that's a change for 20th position there as well. So anyway, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, so
so 473.
They're sort of just nursing the cart home. At the last year, they were nearly last. It was their first year last year, and they came in today. And after qualifying really high, they actually got nervous. They'd planned to have a really bad weekend, and when it started going well, they got nervous because they didn't know what to do.
So far up, they got a nosebleed kind of thing.
Yeah. They're just sitting in the pits all quiet. They don't know what to do. The other two teams are a mixture of people that have been here and some complete novices. And after the first few breakdowns, their heads were dropping, but they've suddenly realised the aim is just to finish.
Well, I would say if I was team manager of 273, I would be giving them a massive, massive shout out because they were dead last for probably the first, at least third of the race. Were dead last and a long way behind.
Oh, yeah, massive.
And David and I kept saying that when it's out on track, it's very quick. But the problem is, it's not out on track a lot because they had all of their mechanicals basically all in one go. Seems to have run relatively problem-free for the last probably 12 hours, which is saying something compared to how the first half of the race.
They're very quick drivers.
But they're currently 39th.
Yeah.
So they've climbed their way back up. They haven't let their heads drop. They have just got on with the business of going out and racing.
Yep.
I am very, very proud of the effort that they've shown.
I think
and
they were
I'm sure
actually
you
nearly
are
40
as well.
laps off the back.
I think they were, yeah. They were a long, long way back. And they're now 8 laps behind. Is it 8 or 7? 8 laps behind Battle Cancer UK for 38th place. But I mean they're way in front
they've done
of the
well.
ones
Proud
that are now behind them. So they've done a brilliant effort to get back there. And then 373 in 42nd at the moment. They've had some issues.
We did
as
have
well.
a big cheer in the pits when they jumped from last. They all cheered. So their aim is just not to finish last now.
Fair
and they
enough.
will be happy.
Fair enough. Well, they're a lap in front now
Yes.
of shopping carts as well. So
Yeah, that'll be a win for them.
So good for them, and definitely good for 273 Club 73 Pro. They've just gone about it, dealt with the issues. We haven't seen any ranting and raving in the pits or anything like that. It's
quite calm this year.
I mean, they're living up to their pro title and pro classification. They've just been professional about it. Just got on with it and climbed their way up to 39th place. So great for them to see. So thank you very much for joining us, Clinton. Let's hope that the kart runs trouble-free for the next 33 and a half minutes and sees you through to finish a well-deserved second in the elite class.
Thank you very much, and cracking job.
Thanks very much for talking to us, pal. Well, I'm sure we'll see you next year and see you at the British.
6 teams next
coming
year?
up to the British?
No, we like the sun, so we avoid the British.
Okay. So we'll see you this time next year then.
Cheers, buddy. Take care.
Maybe we'll be millionaires by then.
No.
So thanks, Clinton, for joining us. Reason we really wanted to speak to Clinton is that he's got, as I say, it's not just his team that we want to get the lowdown on. There's 4 teams here that he's running, as well as running Buckmore Park Kart Track. So, a fountain of knowledge on 10% of the field.
Yes, and also I think you just mentioned that I think they've done also the fastest legal pit stop here this weekend with that 2:30.6 yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. With coming up on 30 minutes to go, I'll let David give you a rundown.
Not much more in the chat, but with half an hour to go, we've got Kart Events Belgium still leading from Teesside Tigers. I think everybody that was due a scheduled stop, FP4, have been in the pit lane with a problem and have just gone back out. So that was unscheduled, but are on track. That was 8 minutes, that pit stop. So they've been in for a while. It's dropped them down a few places, at least one, I think, behind CBR 313. So half an hour to run Not expecting anybody else in the pits before the end, although JS Racing and LPBRT are close to the fuel window. Just having a look at the timing, we've got a driver coming into the pit lane at the moment in the 87. That's the Balcancer UK entry, currently running in 38th place. We're going to try and pick up the 24 and the 113. They're around about halfway round the lap at the moment. I think they are heading up towards turn 9 at the moment. So we'll pick them up there on camera, because that 113 car has got Matt Davies now on board. He's going to take that to the checkered flag. And there is around about 2 seconds between the teams for third place in Elite on that podium. At the moment, LP, BRT and Core Blimey Racing with less than 2 seconds between them for the final step on the podium. There is the 24 kart. Keep an eye out for the 113 in the background. After 23 hours and 30 minutes of racing, there is 1.1 seconds between third and fourth in the elite class. Out of turn number 6, and now there is no karts between the 2 karts for the final step on the elite podium, as Nameless Racing make their way past the 24 of LPBRT. Le Petit Bouchons, the Belgian entry, in third place in the elite class, behind Kart Events.be and Club 73, who look comfortable, but we've got a real scrap on here, Tom, for the final step on that podium, and there's traffic in front. Nameless Racing found their way through but haven't been able to break away, but then we've got other karts in front that Matt Davis there in the orange helmet in the 113 will be looking to try and take advantage of. He was the driver that took that car over the line to take the checkered flag at the British 11 months ago. And here he is, chasing down Le Petit Bouchons for the final step on the elite podium.
Last chance for a trophy as well, and there's 28 minutes to go here. And it is hotting up. Managing to track them through the S's on the camera as well. Of course, one line through there. You will not go side by side with another car.
Just a quick shout out, the 2 gentlemen in the high-vis walking down the track. They'll be getting ready to take the photographs of the winners crossing the line. The guy on the right, Robert Borowick, on the left, Lewis Thomas, our photographer and videographer respectively. They probably worked 21 hours of the 24 out on track, taking photographs, editing. Rob heavily involved in this live stream production as well, getting everything ready as TSK-Media began our journey at the start of 2024. Try and find them both on Instagram as well, Robert Borrowick Media and I think and Lewis Thomas Media as well. Give them a follow, because there's loads of pictures at events that they're at, not just karting and videos as well. Back to the on-track action then. The 24 and the 113 locked in an intense battle for the podium as we head towards that checkered flag.
Sun's gone back in again.
Them glasses have been off on, like a light switch, literally.
Yeah. Constantly having to change eyewear so I can actually see what I'm doing. What's the gap now, David?
It's 1.1. It was down to 7/10, but it's out to 1.1.
Coming up on a little bit of traffic as well as they head down the back straight. That's the the Bowel Cancer UK car, I think, in front.
42 of Nameless Racing's in front of them, and that is gapping slightly, but there's plenty of karts to catch up to between now and the end of the race. And you can see down there at turn 9 what we were saying about how the tyres do get nudged away, and now teams are definitely going down the old pit entrance and then
fully maximising the track width,
whipping it across the curb. LPBRT are opening the gap up when in clean air. Traffic management's going to be the big one though.
Who's done the least amount of pit stops?
Kart Events have done 13, Club 73 13, LPBRT who are there 13 as well.
Okay, so there's no clear winner on number of stops, but 3 karts with 13 stops only in a 24-hour race.
Yeah, at the end of this race, LPBRT will have done a 1 hour 50 stint, and they can't lift and coast.
Not with the with CBR breathing down the neck.
Yeah, there's the bowel cancer cart just waving through the 42, and LPBRT will be hoping they can get through at turn 1, but I don't think they're going to be close enough. And they're still not through up to turn 3. That's going to be pleasing for Matt Davis there in the 113. They're finally through, I think, down the inside at turn 4.
Just in the background, you can see the 2 BRKT teams working together, nose to tail.
I think they're just they're looking for that photograph over the line, aren't they? The 2 of them taking the ceremonial finish.
I'm sure Rob is well aware of getting that one in as well. That'll be a great shot for the wall of those 2 teams.
Yes. Davis running up. He'll want to get through before the chicane, but he's not going to. He's going to benefit from some slipstream, I think, down the straight. No, he's not. He comes to the inside as the bowel cancer entry goes wide onto the rumble strip. Can you imagine if we got a full course yellow now, Tom? And they were nose to tail with green to go with 20 seconds.
No.
Oh.
I can't imagine that.
Don't be so boring.
It'll be crazy. What is that in the sky over there? Is that a plane?
Ah. It is. We had microlights and stuff going over, didn't we, yesterday?
It's a very odd shape. Is it 'cause it's going away from us? Did you see the skydivers yesterday?
No, I didn't.
There were parachuting down.
That's what skydivers do.
Well, you would hope they would after the skydive.
Because if they don't, they just fall.
Yeah. But no, there were a load of people parachuting down.
Gap's been fairly consistent now at 1.2 between the Core Blimey
It's a very
entry.
sporty area of France, this, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's a League 2 football team
Yes.
just up the road.
Named after the town.
Yeah, you've got 3 kart tracks, a world-famous motor racing circuit. Well, 2 technically, because you've got the Bugatti circuit.
Yes.
And you've got the Circuit de la Sarthe. You've got what else have you got?
There's a.
You've got me and you down by the beach chucking ball around.
No, there's a. It's either horse racing or I would say like chariots or something.
Oh,
track in the middle of the Mulsanne.
What do they call it? Carriage
Yeah,
racing.
that's it. Yeah, donkeys and stuff.
Donkeys. Proper serious carriage racing.
I'm sure it is. Sure
If you're into it, they probably go. You know, they probably call these racing lawnmowers
I'm sure
or
they've
something.
got a
but,
world-class chess team as well.
yeah, probably. Yeah. As I say, very sporty area of France.
Just down the order, we've
They're not
got...
half bad at darts.
No. Dr. Vapes and Bargain Racing with only 8 seconds between them, and Bargain Racing have clearly got a quick driver in there because he's chipping away at Dr. Vapes for 20th place.
Well, Dr. Vapes just took the position. We were talking about it earlier that they were hunting them down. The gap was about 52 seconds. Well, that gap closed significantly and then went to 0 and went out as Dr. Vapes went past, and it's coming back down again now, is it?
Yeah, behind them, KBR and Team Rango are only 2 seconds apart after 23.5 hours of racing. We've got MKT and Apex Twin on the same laps as well, 43 seconds apart. Further down, TVP and Accelerate Kent Brewery on the same number of laps, still battling it out down in 30th and 31st place for those two.
That's Owen Morris. He's like counting down the minutes to the end of the race when he can have a sit down and a brew.
20 minutes, he'll be back in 5. 15 minutes.
He's worked hard this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, to be fair, everybody has, haven't they? They've been here since Wednesday, or at least they left Wednesday, emptying the lorries, getting all the carts prepped. The fork truck's being brought up at the moment with the trailer on that will take all the kit back down to the bottom paddock. The carts won't come into this top paddock; they'll be taken down to that bottom paddock, Tom, where the lorries are to take these carts back to the UK. They'll be then prepared, ready for the British 24-hour in a month's time, live on the TSK-Motorsport media page from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough, for what promises to be another exciting weekend of racing. 60 hire carts, 29 owners at the moment on the entry list for that event. I think we can expect to see Kart Events Belgium over there. We'll expect to see Teesside Tigers as well. And of course the reigning champions, Core Blimey Racing, looking to try and defend their 2023 victory.
Is that Ross?
Yes.
Okay, Ross very nearly ended up in the bin like Oscar the Grouch. He jumped up to grab something out of it, and first of all he nearly fell in it by overbalancing one way, and then the bin started to tip, coming back the other way.
Where are Newmarket Hornets? They're in 13th, which they were last on the first lap because they had a spin.
They kind of got up that way a couple of hours in. They managed to get up to 13th, and they sort of stayed there for the rest of the race.
Yeah, 5th in class as Christina gets in touch via the live chat regarding Newmarket Hornets.
A very busy first couple of laps, and for the rest of it, it's been fairly quiet. It's gone about their business, really. But yeah, dead last after turn 2.
Yeah, there were one of a few. I think KBR had a spin on that first lap. There was another one, but I can't quite remember. Team into the pit lane at the moment is Team Ard in the 41. And is it for fuel or is it with a problem for Team Ard? It looks like it's for fuel or just a driver change. Straight through the fuel bay. And I think he's got an engine down. He has. So Jack Morris, fresh from working 24 hours and racing stints and testing as well, runs over feverishly to get that engine started. Looks like they're going to pit out of 25th place and just allow a different driver to take the checkered flag. No need to fuel. We've still got one mechanics ramp here just in case, Tom. We need it. The mechanics bay looking nowhere near as tidy as it was yesterday. It was set. It was laid out perfectly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now it's a sea of parts and chain lubes and bearing lubes as we hit 1,300 laps with 16 minutes and 55 seconds to go for kartevents.be.
Can you check results for last year?
To an extent.
Just wondering how many laps we did last year.
Don't have it on my notes. I will check. We did have a wet start to last year's race, didn't we?
We did. I think we've had more full course yellows this time round, though, than we did last year. I could be wrong on that.
We'll have a look, see if I can find it, Tom, briefly.
We've certainly had a lot more police cars in the carts in the gravel this year than we did last year. And they've both been done for speeding.
Correct.
Which has provided us in the commentary box with no end of good vibes and humour, content.
Yeah, don't know off the top of my head, Tom, because I don't think we got a printout last year of the results, so I had to go back and try and find a screenshot offline, and I think it was just the results. Didn't tell us how many laps we'd had, so always good to compare, but it's very, very wide. That's Dr. Vapes, Harrison Kirkham in that kart, using the rumble strips.
If he'd have tried to say the name as he went over there, he would have sounded like Dr. Vapes.
Oh, so good he's had to use that twice.
Yeah.
We are
like
back.
The Renegade Master, it came back once again.
Yes, we are down to within a second once again as the 24 and the 113 make their way through the traffic, still battling it out for third place in the final step on the podium. We should see them shortly, I think. There they are on track. That's the gap between them.
Where's Paul White on circuit at the moment in relation to kartevents.be? I think he's dropped off the back of it. In fact, here he is and comes through the S's now in front of us.
He's around about half a lap now. He went out on the back and has gradually dropped off. He's just looking over to his team and just pointing to the side of the cart. Don't think he's got any problems. Don't want to worry anybody.
We'll keep our eye on that one. Like David said, about half a lap, but he's actually still working his way through traffic quite nicely. It's double stinting at the end of a 24-hour race. There's going to be a lot of fatigue coming into that as well. Did a 103.1 that time around, but he was a 102.7 before. Oh, Team Ard that have just pitted. Probably the last team to actually make a pit stop, came in for a driver change and have been pinged for speeding in the pit lane.
Yes, they have been pinged. The Gatso.
So 2.5 minute pit stop plus another lap.
13 minutes to go, Tom, and as you can see now, the pit wall starting to busy up with team members as they make their way to the pit wall. You'll see when they cross the line at the end of this race, the huge round of applause that all of our teams will get. Now, team members, like I say, starting to converge on that pit wall to welcome their teams home in 12.5 minutes time. Going to see if we can pick up the 24 and the 113. There's half a second between them now for the final step on the elite podium. I'm going to see if I can clock where they are. They're entering the infield section at turn number 3 at the moment, so we should hopefully be able to pick them up as they come out of turn 6 in a few moments' time.
Just keep my eye out for them as well. Give you a shout if there's any lead
They're
changes.
heading down to 9 here,
Yep.
Tom. There they are with LP BRT in the black being chased down by the 113. We'll pick them up here in the back chicane. They'll appear now. There's the 24. Currently on the podium, but being hounded down with 11 minutes to go and 0.6 of a second between them.
Both drivers ducking down behind the steering wheel to try and get maximum aerodynamic efficiency down the straight, maximise the speed. As the 24 ducks out from, I think that was 80 something. The
Was it the 88?
oh, it was the CBA
Yeah,
Motorsport,
CBA
wasn't it? CBA,
entry, yeah.
sorry, yeah. And TRX following them through. So this is your battle for third place in the elite class.
They've done well of CBA. To say that they couldn't be bothered, they've done well to do 24 hours.
Yeah. And it spent a lot of time in the mechanic bay at one point, and we were questioning whether they were going to get to a point where they CBA. But no, carried on. Spirit of racing.
They haven't, no. That is getting closer, isn't it? 0.4
yes.
of a second now for the final step on the
We've got
podium.
a huge run out of the final corner as well.
And not only have LP BRT got to be quite nervous, but they're already 141 into a stint. They're going to be 151, 152 by the time they get to the checkered flag.
And now nose to tail.
Matt Davis has massively benefited on the straights now, isn't he, from some sort of slipstream. And when you slow round 5, so they've clearly not got the bottom end, it's the top end that they've got. Who's that behind them? They look very, very quick at the minute. Yeah, TRX. He doesn't need to get involved, although he's in his own race, isn't he? But let's see whether Davis can close in. Down under the 10-minute mark.
Is that Chrono Team Racing there as well, the fourth in that group? They're not going to be hanging about. They're not going to be bothered about getting...
Well, they're on the final step of the podium in elite, as it stands.
But if they get past these two and there's a full course yellow, it could break their way that they catch that lap back up as well. So they're going to be wanting through.
Here's the thing now. If the team radio Matt Davis to let Chrono through, Chrono then go down the inside of LPBRT and Davis goes through the gap. Oh, it's
there's strategy for you. There's 200 IQ racing coming into
I love
play
a
there.
left field strap. Oh, we're back.
Go, that's a bit better.
Right, get the chicane right. Carry the speed.
The right, the left, the right, and then another right onto the back straight. Duck down behind that steering wheel exactly like he's doing.
They're going to catch the traffic as well, aren't they, in front for the end of this race.
And here comes Chrono. They're right on the back now of CBR 113 to unlap themselves. Get on that lead lap because you never know what can happen here. 8 minutes to go, and they're looking down the inside.
Davis will not be happy with that.
And he's got to be in two minds as to whether to let them go or not. I know there's a full lap between them, but there is a full course yellow, and it breaks the way of Chrono. They're going to be under pressure. Not even in the same class, but you're fighting for overall pride as well as you are for your class. That could be coming into play as well, though. It might be better for Davis just to let them go because they're in pro class, not elite.
Chrono, if they just push them down this straight, though, they could get a bit. So much going on with so little time left for the final step on the podium. One team's going to go home with a trophy. One team is going to go home empty-handed. And Matt Davis, we've got cut off on the outside, the 473, evasive action. The train get through nice and cleanly. And Davis, you can see with the hand signals, trying to tell the cart behind him. He knows he's got a quick cart behind. He's telling him, push me, push me, push me.
Well, he gave him a big thumbs up out of turn 1 because he got a big push from the rear from Chrono Team Racing. Big thumbs up. I think Chrono know that they're what the situation is now. That have been radioed and told they're not in your class. They are a full lap ahead.
Again, Chrono
6.5 minutes to go. Don't get involved.
Aren't they, where they've got a fast trainer car.
Oh, and that's side by
Davis
side.
is alongside, heading up towards the chicane for 3rd place. The final step of the podium. LBPRT are on the grass. Davis is through. Up into 3rd place and the final step on the podium. As it stands at the moment, Chrono just going to slot back in. 6 minutes on the clock, and Chrono are down the inside as well. Davis has got a clean break.
He has got a clean break, and how LPBRT managed to hold on to that slide, and Davis as well, holding a massive 4-wheel drift through the final corner.
Davis had track position though, didn't he? He was on the inside and he was absolutely alongside for me.
Yeah.
Chrono made that decision.
Well, I said there's one line through those S's, and that's exactly what I meant.
The decision was either back out or go on the grass. They chose the grass. That was 100% on them to take the grass.
And LPBRT have now been unlapped by, or TRX Racing have now unlapped themselves on that as well. So there's now 2 carts between CBR and LPBRT.
Genuinely shaking with excitement, Tom. Through lack of sleep and everything else.
Huge amounts of caffeine.
Yeah, exactly. With 5 minutes to go, we are being treated here. We're going to try and pick the leaders up in due course to see them take the checkered flag as we head down to the final 5 minutes. We're going to
now if you're Davis and CBR, you look behind. Once you get a tap in the rear from Chrono, you're going to let them go and tuck in behind them.
Let Chrono go and tuck in and go. Going to try and pick up the leaders as to where they are, Tom, at the moment.
Just for the final 5 minutes of the race.
We'll keep an eye on track battles. They are currently heading round turn number 3 at the moment, and in the infield section. And then up now towards turn 5 for our race leaders. Chrono have
just been let go by CBR.
It's almost like CBR are watching this live stream and listening to the strategic genius of Sullivan and Butterworth.
Do you know what I just got a smell of then? Freshly cut grass.
Really?
Genuinely, it wafted over from where they've cut across the chicane. Leaders just coming through the S's now and through the final corner, so we'll try and pick them up on camera when we can. The gap across the line was 1.1 between CBR and LPBRT.
3 minutes and 45 to go. Less than a second between the two podium challengers in the elite class.
Oh, who was that going on? Was that the leader?
Let's have a quick look. Yes, he was.
No.
No, it wasn't.
60.
No.
Dr. Vapes had a bit of a moment in turn 5. It's the 06 we need to be looking for, not the 60.
He's just but he's just behind them.
Yes.
So he's just behind. We'll pick him up in the chicane. See, now we're going to catch. These will come down the straight, and then in the background, we will pick up the 6.
Yeah, the 3rd one in that group.
There it is on screen now.
Oh no, sorry, the 5th or 6th one in that group actually. Bit of a gap back. We're still looking at the 60 there. Needs to hold that shot there, and you'll see the leaders come into the picture. There they are.
We go.
That's
the
our
6.
leaders.
There's your race leader.
With a very flattened Bigfoot as well. That's the big panel on the front. They call it a
Seabear's legs are that
Bigfoot
long
panel.
that he can't afford for that nose panel to be that low. He's going to have bruised knees.
It is going to be tapping his knees, isn't it? It's like Morse code.
Yes, I wonder if he can type out another 24-hour karting win before he gets to the checkered flag. in 2 minutes and 14 seconds or so. He'll get a last lap board, so we'll see. We'll see, and then we'll be able to follow them round that final lap. But we're heading towards the checkered flag. So in front of them, Accelerate Kent Brewery smash a curb on the way through. Still got teams running along on fuel strategy. That JS Racing are an hour and 51, so they're going to be really, really tight at the moment. They're currently second in class with a little bit of a cushion. But
I'm trying to keep my eye on the gap between CBR and LPBRT, just while we do focus, rightly so, on the leaders.
They've got about 2 or 3 seconds.
Lap or so.
They're heading up to the chicane now, Tom. They're here coming through.
Yeah.
Matt Davis has got TRX Racing in between themselves and LPBRT. Credit to them, have put up a fantastic fight. They've slowly moved up the order and got themselves into a podium position in the final 10 minutes of the race before CBR snatched it off them towards the end.
Last lap board about to go out.
Yeah, in this 24-hour kart race, as Seaver in the 6 comes round to be shown the last lap board. The final tour, lap 1,316 for our race leaders of the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour kart race.
And here he comes through turn 2, heading into turn 3, the infield section, tricky section of the track, double apex, right-hander. Into turn 5, the left-hander, the slowest point on the circuit, and into the treacherous turn number 6. Onto the back straight for the final time, through turn 7, flat out left-hander, and as is 8.
There is Seaver, Tom, on screen. We catch him back up.
Into turn 9 for the final time. As he comes towards us, and towards the S's. David, bring us home.
Through the chicane for the final time, for the 8 of Kart Events Belgium. They've done it again and again and again. And in 2024, Kart Events Belgium win here at Le Mans from Teesside Tigers overall, who will be the class winners in our pro. Let's wait for Tigers. Paul White, he's been sensational all weekend. Through the chicane comes Paul White in the 1 with a 4-wheel drift in celebration round the final corner, and Paul White brings Teesside Tigers to the victory lane in pro. Clubman, we're going to wait. BKRT have already taken the checkered flag. They win in our Clubman class from Teesside Academy. We'll wait for everybody to take the checkered flag because we're still awaiting the 111. They crossed the line in our pro class. Kart Events Belgium win overall in elite from Club 73 and Core Blimey Racing as the final few runners take the checkered flag. In our pro class, Teesside Tigers, JS Racing and Chrono Team Racing are on the podium. That's your top 3. BKRT Yellow, Teesside Academy and Club 73 TTR are on the podium in that class. The pit wall,
you can hear the applause
as the field line up behind Seaver as he picks up the checkered flag for a lap of honour. The marshals applauding, the mechanics applauding, the clerks of the course applauding, and our race winners and everybody that's completed the 2024 24-hour of Le Mans kart race.
For the final time, leading 43 karts around the track and into pit lane, holding the checkered flag aloft. It's been a very difficult week for Seaver File. We won't go into the details as to why, but it's been a very difficult week, and I'm sure there may be a tear or two behind that yellow visor as he brings them round on the lap of honour.
The field lining up, rightfully so, behind the 6 of Kart Events Belgium as they complete a lap of honour for every one of our teams, Tom. It's a gruelling event, this 24-hour of Le Mans, and the field taking their lap of honour. Congratulations as well internally to the mechanics, the fist pumps round for the hard work. Seaver brings the 6 into pit lane with the checkered flag as we see the field come in.
Of course, there are still some formalities. All teams will need to be weighed.
Yep, I mean,
made sure that they are still complying to
Yeah.
all of the regulations.
Seaver's put the flag on, that'll get him an extra couple of grams.
Yeah. Lost an engine as well, and then he's run over the flag.
it. Oh, that's not his finest hour. But
We missed it off camera, thankfully for him. Right, let's run you through the full order and the full classes then. So let's start with the elite class. First place went to kart events.be, as we've seen. Then we've got Club 73 karting, CBR 113 were your podium. LPBRT, then it was Nameless Motorsport, Titan Motorsport and BKRT Red. That's your elite class. Pro class, Teesside Tigers, JS Racing, Chrono Team Racing, your podium. Then it was Mad Motorsport just missing out with Newmarket Hornets, Optimum MS, Fats and Furious International, CBR 213, LMS. Then it was MKT, Team ARD, MPMC 999, XLR8, Kent Brewery Racing and Club 73 Pro. And then your clubman class was BKRT Yellow from Teesside Academy and Club 73 TTR, the 3 on the podium, with Dr. Vapes overtaking Bargain Racing towards the end. Then it was Team Rango, KBR, Dr. Vapes 60, Apex Twin Racing, TRX Motorsport, TVP Racing, Cole Clark Racing, CBR 313, FP4, CBA Motorsport, JJH Motorsport, MPMC 101, Bowel Cancer UK, and then Apex Twin Selected Works, Chukta Racing, Club 73 AM, and Shopping Carts, your final runner. And the final runner in Clubman as well.
All of our carts making their way through into the Parc Ferme area. They will then have transponders and everything removed. They're being sent down the track up to the far end in the paddock at the far corner, so they'll not do another full lap. They're going to take the carts up and they'll all be parked up at the far end of the circuit where they'll be loaded back into the Arctics, ready to head back to Teesside in the northeast of England, where we will be racing in the 2024 British 24-hour in a month's time. So teams just making their way through. We've got the 2 BKRT teams, one who's taken a class victory with the 33 there, just receiving the congratulations of their team.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure once again, David. I think we should bring our commentary to a close. We will keep the stream going. You can see on camera there the trophies are sitting on that table, or on the 2 tables that are sat just at the next to the blue and yellow barriers there. So we will keep the stream going, so you can watch the podium presentation if you wish.
You may even be able to hear it as well, because not over our microphones, but I think the camera might have a microphone on it as well. So.
Yes, you might be able to hear that the full presentation as well. So, yeah, if you wish to watch that, you are more than welcome to stay with us. We will keep the stream on. But David and I are about to sign off for another time here at Le Mans. It's been an absolute pleasure from my side. Thank you to all of our marshals, all of our medical team here, all of our mechanics and all other helpers that have made this event so special and run so very, very smoothly. Thank you also to Le Mans themselves, the ACO and the circuit here for hosting us. And it's been a pleasure once again to be here. I love coming here. It was my second time here, but yeah, it's definitely one of my favourites on the calendar now. And I will hand over to David to see us out.
Tom, it's been an absolute pleasure. We're receiving some personal congratulations on a stream well done. It's been a pleasure. It's been tough at times. We're commentating for as long as that we have in a continuous stint. I think we've worked hard. I thank you for everybody that's watched, though. It's been absolutely superb having everybody watch the stream, everybody that's got in touch with the live chat. It makes this event just so much more complete, having everybody just interacting with us throughout that live chat. Teams congratulating themselves and others down there as the carts roll through and get themselves cleared. Thank you very much massively. JJH have been superb. They provided us with drinks and stuff throughout this race, this long 24-hour race. As Tom said, the stream will continue with the trophy presentation, but Tom and I are going to go and take a break. It's been a long 24 hours. It's been a superb 24 hours. Congratulations to our class winners, of course. Kart Events Belgium, Teesside Tigers and BKRT Yellow. Until we're back once again on the TSK-Motorsport media page, we've got the Teesside Sprints in a few weeks' time. We've got the British 24-hour in a month's time from Teesside Autodrome. It's been a superb 24 hours. Thank you for spending it with us, and we'll see you once again. the way and turn it on so that the people on the live stream can also pick up what we're saying. We've got some special awards. I'm going to hand out 2 of them to start with. Then we'll do our top 3s in each class, and then we'll hand out our special Martin Howell Award last, because we don't want those that are getting the champagne bottles to have to wait too long to spray them. We're going to start with our fastest lap award. It was set very early on by the driver opening the stint for Mad Motorsport. Your fastest lap of the race goes to Adam Deans. It's a promising start. He still gets his round of applause of 101.560 for Adam. We'll keep his award for at least 20 minutes before we take it back off him and hand it to the second fastest driver. Move on to our most sporting team. It was a team that had plenty of issues, kept going, and right at the end moved up out of last place into second last. They kept a smile on their face all the way throughout. It goes to 373. One of the Club 73 entries. Whilst they're off having their photograph taken, we'll move on to our clubman class, and we'll start in reverse order, and then we'll move our way up to the class winners in each respective class as we go. In third place in our club class for the 2024 Hour of Le Mans is Club 73 TTR. Second place in our clubman class goes to Teesside Academy. And your 2024 clubman winners, BKRT Yellow. We move into our pro class, once again in reverse order. In third place, Chrono Team Racing. In second place, in our pro class, JS Racing. And your 2024 Pro Class winners, Teesside Tigers. Into our elite class, once again in reverse order. In third place, Core Blimey Racing 113. In second place in our elite class, Club 73 Karting. And your 2024 overall and elite class winners, kartevents.be. We have one final award. It is our Martin Howell Award. As you may have heard during the stream, we lost Martin a few weeks ago, and we have a very special Martin Howell Award, which I think fittingly for its inaugural time will go to an individual who Martin knew very, very well. For various chuffing outbursts, quote, their history together, friendship off track, his many, many excuses when things don't quite go right, your inaugural Martin Howell Award winner is Ian Nielsen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to shake the bottles and spray the bottles. Thank you to those of you that have stayed with us on the live stream to see the trophy presentations at the end of the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour kart race. Thank you very much for sticking with us. Hopefully you enjoyed the show and the spraying of champagne to bring the event to a close. We'll see you on the TSK Motorsport Media page once again. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your weekend.